solving it. So unless you name a problem, you'll never be able to solve it. But beyond naming racism, we need to move to action. So the second of these three tasks is to ask the question, how is racism operating here? Because that is how you will identify levers for intervention, targets for action. And then once you kind of scoped out the problem and where can we have a leverage point, then we need to organize and strategize to act, because collective action is power. So for the rest of my time with you all, I want to give you some tools for each of those three tasks. I also want to say, though, before I even give you my first communication tool for naming racism, to say with a little bit of pride that my American Public Health Association efforts actually, through the Wisconsin Public Health Association, led to the first of what are now 208, the last time I looked, a month ago, declarations across the nation that racism is a public health crisis. And that first declaration was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But now I'm going to show you in a kind of time lapse by month how ideas spread, because you will see that Ohio came in pretty early. You're going to see. We're going to see what happened in terms of, this is after COVID and then after the murder of Mr. George Floyd. More and more people in city councils, county commissions, sometimes at the state level with governor statements or state legislative actions, how 208 jurisdictions across this country in 37 states made formal declarations that racism is a public health crisis. In that list, below my map, if the state is listed in all caps, then something was done at the state level. But even in Ohio, you are second only to California, with having 27 jurisdictions, city councils, county commissions, who have made such a declaration. And that is grand, isn't it? At least that is people, these are jurisdictions putting a public stake in the sand, saying, constituents, hold us accountable for at least recognizing that racism exists. But actually, that naming racism, although it's essential, as I said, it's necessary, it is insufficient. And so we should also go into the American Public Health Association website, which is where they are collecting and documenting all of these jurisdictions. If you go into that reference that I have below and you click on a given place, you can actually see the text of the declaration. And so you can see, did they just say a thing, right? Or did they, say, and therefore this money is going here. We're going to invest in the organizations and groups and people who have already been trying to solve the problems in their communities without waiting for state or city or county to swoop in and save them. Are they saying we are going to invite these people to our decision-making tables or ask permission to sit at their decision-making tables? Have they set up new rubrics, new policy checklists or the like, or new policy agendas? So it would behoove all of us to understand that, yes, all of these 208 jurisdictions have said a thing. Now, how are they going to move to act? But also, even when saying the thing, what are the messages that they're conveying? I would say there are four key messages when we are talking about racism. The first is that racism exists. And that's a key message, especially in this day, because there are many people who are retreating into staunch racism denial. But we also need to be clear that when we say the word racism, we're talking about a system. So the second key message is that racism is a system. The third key message is that racism saps the strength of the whole society. And then the fourth is that, yes, we can act to dismantle racism. Saying that racism is a system doesn't make us ineffective. It makes us clear about where we need to intervene. So I am going to start, the first tool I'm going to give you, actually the first two tools I'm going to give you are tools to help us understand that racism exists. This is one of my allegories, one of my teaching stories. This one that I call Dual Reality, a restaurant saga. I've already said the moral is that racism exists. This story is based on something that happened to me in my own real life. when I was a first-year medical student. So let me tell you about a restaurant saga and racism. As a first-year medical student, I was, of course, very diligent, very studious. On this Saturday, like on most Saturdays, I had awakened early and hit the books. I was nosing, studying hard. It had already gotten to be about mid-afternoon, and some friends came over. And did they distract me from my studies? Oh, no. We all got to studying together, long and hard. And now it's getting late, and we're getting hungry, and I have no food in the apartment, which was so typical of me that my friends understood. They were like, never mind, Kamara, we got this. But we're hungry. We need to go into town and find something to eat. So we do. We set out into Palo Alto, California, go into town, and we find a restaurant. And we walk in, and we sit down. And the menus are presented, and we order our food. And the food is served. Here we are eating. So maybe not the story you thought I was going to tell you about racism and a restaurant, but hold on. There is a story in here. As we sat there eating, I looked across the room and I noticed a sign that was a startling revelation to me about racism. So now I've intrigued you and you're wondering, well, Dr. Jones, exactly what did the sign say? Well, what did the sign say? The sign said open. So now maybe I've lost some of you. So let me recap. Here we are sitting in a restaurant eating. I look across the room. I see a sign that says open. Thinking no more about it, I would assume that other hungry people could walk in, sit down, order their food, and eat. But because I knew something about the two-sided nature of those signs, I recognized that, in fact, the restaurant was now closed due to the hour, but firmly closed. And that other hungry people, just a few feet away from me, but on the other side of that sign, would not be able to come in, sit down, order their food, and eat. And that's when I recognized that racism structures open-closed signs in our society. That racism structures, if you will, a dual reality. And for those who are sitting inside the restaurant at the table of opportunity eating, and they look up and they see a sign that says open, they don't even recognize that there's a two-sided sign going on because it is difficult for any of us to recognize a system of inequity that privileges us. So, for example, it is difficult for men to recognize male privilege and sexism. It is difficult for white Americans to recognize white privilege and racism. It's difficult for all Americans to recognize our American privilege in the global context, except we are living it so large right now with how much of the global supply of COVID-19 vaccine we have sequestered in this nation. Now, those on the outside are very well aware that there's a two-sided sign going on because it proclaims closed to them, but they can look through the window and see people inside eating. So, back inside the restaurant, to those who ask, is there really a two-sided sign? Does racism really exist? I say, I know it's hard for you to know when you only see open. In fact, that's part of your privilege, not to have to know. But once you do know, you can choose to act. So it's not a scary thing to name racism. It's actually an empowering thing to name racism. It doesn't even compel you to act, but it does equip you to act so that if you care about those on the other side of the sign, which is an if, but if you do, why, well, you could even talk to the restaurant owner who is, after all, inside with you. And you could say, restaurant owner, there are hungry people outside. Why don't you open the restaurant? Let them come in. You'll make more money. And oh, the conversations we could have. Or maybe what you'll do is pass some food through the window. Or maybe you'll try to tear down that sign or break through the door. But at least what you won't be doing is sitting back saying, wonder why those people don't just come on in and sit down and eat. Because you'll understand something about the two-sided nature of that sign. So when I have 5 or 6 minutes to share with a group, especially a group whose whole life experience might have screamed to them that this is the land of equal opportunity. And I know that I'm speaking to a very diverse group here. But when I have a group to speak to that kind of group, or even to speak to anybody who has been spending their life on the outside side of the sign, this is a communication tool to help all of us talk about this, right? to broach the discussion that yes, racism exists. It is structuring a two-sided or multi-sided sign. It's creating a dual or multifaceted reality. And so first of all, I encourage all of you to remember this story, right? And share it with others in your family, in your neighborhoods, in your workplaces, in your, community groups, faith groups, whatever. So remember all of the allegories. I'm going to actually share 3 with you today. I want you to remember all of them. But the other thing is that I actually started a 3-hour conversation once when I was in Flint, Michigan, with the question, how could people who were born inside the restaurant know something about the two-sided nature of that sign? And it was a 3-hour conversation because there are many, many ways to know. So I encourage you, not in this time right now, but to have that conversation. Let me say this, though. I am heartened that more people who were born inside the restaurant seem these days to have a sense that there's something going on with that sign, that there is maybe something, maybe it's not always open, right? And that's heartening. It's because of the in-your-face events of COVID-19 and the murder of Mr. George Floyd and so many before and so many after, right? But I also have to warn us that if we just say a thing, if we just name racism, right? If we, in our organizations, put something on our website, if we tweet something out, post something on Facebook, if we just acknowledge the existence of racism, yes, that's a great thing. It's necessary, as I said, if we're going to start solving racism and dismantling that system, we need to acknowledge it exists. But what I want to warn us about is if we stop at that place of naming racism, we may in 6 months forget why we said that thing, why we put together the words racism, structural racism, systemic racism, right? Because racism denial is so staunchly held and so seductive in this society that we might in 6 months fall back into what I described as the sleepiness, the somnolence of racism denial. So we have to go beyond naming racism to action. We need to be tearing down the sign. And of course, racism is not just the sign, it's the door, it's the lock. There's a whole system going on. We need to dismantle the lock, take the door off the hinges, because once we start acting, we will not forget why we are acting. So Yovanka, I saw that you came on. Are there some questions or things that I should take on before I move into my next segment?
This is Dawn. I'm acting as Yovanka right now.
Okay,
So
okay. Okay, so Dawn.
it's no problem, Dr. Jones.
Okay,
I don't sound like her, so I wanted you to make sure everybody knew it was me.
That was Dawn.
We do have 2 questions. Well, one is a statement. It says the world has been racial biases for years. This behavior is taught by the old theory of Blacks and others are less. Is it even taught that light skin is better? We have to do better as people to teach all are equal, born with blood like everyone else. And then there's
Well, I'd like to agree with that.
Okay.
And I would like to say that that idea that you're describing is white supremacist ideology, which is a false idea that there is a hierarchy of human valuation by race. There is no such hierarchy. But the falser notion for those who think there is a hierarchy, that if there were a hierarchy, that would put white people at the top as the ideal or the norm. And you are absolutely correct that this false idea has resulted in some people who are living as white. It has given them a sense of entitlement. It has resulted in the devaluation and dehumanization of people of color, and actually in fear at the browning of America that's underlying a lot of our political divide today. If you were listening to some of the news last night about how some of the census data are showing that the proportion of people who claim only one group as their so-called race, white, that proportion has gone down by 9%. That group is still the largest group in our nation, but it's gone down by 9% compared to their really big number to a slightly less big number. But that reality and the fact that, the children in this nation, I think the children in California are already majority so-called non-white. And that has given people a sense of fear, but that dehumanization, that devaluation is undergirding racism. I'm about to define racism for you in a minute, and you will see what I'm talking about. That value system is very important. Okay, the second?
The second one is, what is your perspective on the intent of the critical race theory legislation on the national efforts to dismantle structural racism?
So there is a battle going on, isn't there? So even when you see 37 states that have at least one jurisdiction, a city council, county commission, state legislature, governor, somebody in that state declaring that racism is a public health crisis, you have all these states, I have lost count, that are introducing legislation that we can't talk about racism, we can't talk about equity, we can't talk about our full histories. You know, they say it as critical race theory. They don't even understand what critical race theory is. That's a legal theory that was in response to critical legal studies or critical legal theory. So that's like a decades old thing. They don't even know what critical race theory is, but they have weaponized critical race theory to be everything that would make white children uncomfortable, right? And so there is a struggle going on, and even in states where there are jurisdictions that have claimed racism to be a public health crisis, some of those states also have some of this legislation going on. I am in Georgia. I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. DeKalb County, in where I live, I'm in the part of Atlanta that's in DeKalb County, has made such a declaration. But the State Board of Education made passed a non-binding thing that was an anti-CRT bill, hoping that the state legislature, when they convene again in January, will pass that as a binding thing. So there is an ideological struggle going on right now. We have to recognize, I heard, oh my gosh, I'm calling her name, I can't call her name right now. The head of the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, Sherilyn Eiffel. She once said that she heard somebody else say, so I have to quote her because I don't know who she quoted, that a dying mule kicks the hardest. This ideological struggle is not that we are losing. The ideological struggle shows that we are making progress. So we cannot grow faint in the face of that. We need to stay strong and clear. And it's not just, hold on, I have to drink some water. It's not just in teaching things. We have to actually start dismantling systems. Yes, naming racism and talking about health equity and social justice and anti-oppression and all of those things, that's important stuff. History, talking about history and teaching full histories is extremely important. But we have to do that and name racism and move to action. If you don't get anything else from my theme today, that's what it, naming racism and moving to action. And that's what they're afraid of. So they're doing the ideological thing because we're gaining traction, not only in the naming, but in the moving to action. So I think, Dawn, if you have one more thing, we could take something there, but I will carry on too if there's.
There's one more. If you want to move forward or you want to answer the question.
I'll take one more right now.
Okay.
Take one more question and then we'll go.
It says, the bipartisan commission and other groups are telling us that naming and focusing on racism is a non-starter for advancing policies that close the social determinants of health gaps. Question is, must we ensure racism is acknowledged specifically in legislative language, or do we have to tone it down to get policy heard and passed? And it says, thank you. It's a pleasure and sorry for a long question.
This is an important question. At what point does naming racism make you less effective is basically the question. We have practiced not naming racism, some of us. I mean, people have been naming racism for centuries, like a very long legacy, Frederick Douglass and Sojourner Truth and people before them, the abolitionists before them and Nat Turner and all, like people have been naming racism for centuries. So, I'm standing on centuries of shoulders and there are many people beside me and, so, but the racism denial is actually a very effective tool to stop action. And I'm thinking about racism denial now as like a black hole in the universe. You know, there are things called black holes that we can't see. They have tremendous mass. But the reason we can't see them is that they are so massive that when light comes anywhere near them, the light can't escape. So we can't see the black hole. And that is what racism denial is. So as you know, I moved in my life from trying to get people to move beyond talking about race to talking about racism, and then from naming racism to the action piece of anti-racism. I would say that acknowledging racism denial is another piece in that journey, and that we actually need to target racism denial. How do you target racism denial? By naming racism. So my personal thing, I know I have been asked, you know, even doing talks, I've been talking about this for 25 years, okay? So doing talks, people say, well, can you take racism out of the title? I think I've only done that once or twice. What I might usually do is I might say, addressing racism and other systems of structured inequity. If people are in a place, in a rural place, and they feel like, oh, well, people won't, you know, resonate with racism, then I say, and other systems of structured inequity or something like that. But I am clear that we have to name racism because it exists, because it is structuring. Well, let me get into my definition. I will use this as an opportunity to go to my next slide and then consider your question answered by we need to name racism, but we need to be clear about what it is, okay? And when we name racism and we're clear that we're talking about a system, that we're not talking about an individual character flaw or a personal moral failing or even a psychiatric illness, as some people have suggested, but we're talking about a system of power, and a system that does what? A system that does two things. It structures opportunity and it assigns value. And as I said, that value assignment piece, the base of that is white supremacist ideology, right? That's the hierarchy of human valuation piece. The structuring opportunity piece is all in our laws and customs and background norms across the centuries. So it does these two things based on what? Based on what we call race, so-called race, which I always put in quotes, even air quotes when I'm talking, which is the social interpretation of how one looks in our race-conscious society. So I'm clear that this is what I'm talking about, and I'm also clear that racism has three impacts. So you're scratching your head, three impacts? Well, usually when we say the word racism, people will then understand that we're talking about a system that unfairly disadvantages some individuals and communities. But every unfair disadvantage, so I hope I said that, unfairly disadvantages some individuals and communities. Every unfair disadvantage has its reciprocal unfair advantage, so that racism is also unfairly advantaging other individuals and communities. That is the whole issue of unearned white privilege that we hardly ever talk about in this country, because it makes some people, especially some people who are living as white, uncomfortable. I used to almost apologize for that discomfort when I would get to this point in my definition. I would say, well, if, you know, acknowledging white skin, unearned white skin privilege makes you uncomfortable, I want you to, you know, shake it off. Stay with me. I'm going to tell you some more stories. You know, we can get through this together. I don't apologize anymore. I say, if acknowledging that racism is unfairly advantaging some individuals and communities makes you uncomfortable, I encourage you actually to lean into that discomfort. Because I have come to recognize that for all of us, the edge of our comfort is our growing edge. And it's an opportunity to read history, to learn, or whatever. But even as acknowledging the unfair disadvantage and the reciprocal unfair advantage may be a challenge for some, there's a third impact of racism that most of us miss, and that is that racism is sapping the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. And I could talk for 10 minutes on that. I don't think I will, because I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to address questions that will bring up some of the points I would say there. But I do think that this third point is actually one that we need to lift up most urgently right now in these days, because we need more media stories about how racism is sapping the strength of the whole society. We need more data collection, if you can figure out how to demonstrate that. I think that in The Warmth of Other Suns by Dr. Isabel Wilkerson was the first time that I thought, oh, if you look at the counterfactual. What if the people who had moved up north and became part of the Harlem Renaissance had stayed in the South? What genius we would have lost. I think that if we can figure out how to present the counterfactual as a way of understanding that racism is sapping the strength of the whole society, that would be quite useful. We need more conversations around our dinner tables about how racism saps the strength of the whole society so that we can have more people filled with a sense of urgency to dismantle this system and put in its place a system in which all people can know and develop to their full potentials. And before I get off of this slide, and I'm going to go straight into my next allegory, and then we'll have time for Q&A after my next allegory. But before I get off of this one, I want to say that when I was at CDC for 14 and a half years, at the end of that time, which is why it was the end of that time, I had moved to a different place, and they felt that there should be no conversation about racism at CDC at all. But even if there were, it shouldn't certainly happen in their division. And they were trying to shut me down. But so one of the people who reviewed my slides said, look at that second point, you have unfairly advantages. You need to take that off of your slide if you're going to do any talks about this as part of your CDC formal work. And I struggled. I said, no, I can't take it off my slide. So then the compromise for the year before I escaped CDC was to take the words unfairly off of disadvantages and advantages. He was willing to acknowledge disadvantage and advantage as long as it wasn't characterized as unfair. That taught me a lot. It taught me to understand that there are many people in this country who do acknowledge that there are two states of being, which they would describe as disadvantaged and normal. And the reason that there are many people who think that there are two states of being, disadvantaged and normal, is because we as a nation are ahistorical. We act as if the present were disconnected from the past, and as if the current distribution of advantage and disadvantage were just a happenstance. And those people, because we all are ahistorical, don't recognize that their so-called normal is built up on a whole mountain of unfair advantage. So I know you guys may have some questions, but we're going to carry on because I have tried to understand my whole career. How could racism turn into differences in health outcomes? I'm a family physician. You know, I am a PhD epidemiologist. My whole focus is on health, which of course relates to everything else: housing, education, jobs, wealth, justice or the criminal legal system and all. But I tried to figure out how could racism turn into differences in the numbers of our babies dying before their first birthday in different populations. That is the infant mortality rate disparities, or the numbers of our mothers dying in pregnancy-related deaths, or differences in how much diabetes there is in the community, or how much heart disease or lung disease or kidney disease, and all of these things which are now the pre-existing conditions that are making those of us who are, first of all, more exposed and less protected and getting COVID more, making us die more from COVID, right? There are three levels of racism that I distilled: institutionalized, or what we now would call structural, personally mediated, and internalized. So I am going to define each of these levels, help you see how they give examples of how they could impact on health, and then illustrate them with my Gardener's Tale allegory, a second allegory based on my own real life experience. Many of you may be familiar with my Gardener's Tale because it's been out there for more than 20 years. If you are, when I start telling the story, I want you to listen attentively to the nuances in my storytelling so that you can confidently tell the story on. If when I start telling the story it's all new to you, then just sit back and enjoy. But first, the definitions. So institutionalized or structural racism is the system, if you will. It's the constellation of structures, policies, practices, norms, and values, which taken together result in differential access to the goods, services, and opportunities of society by race. This is the kind of racism that doesn't require an identifiable perpetrator because it's been institutionalized in our laws and customs and background norms. This is the kind of racism that shows up as inherited disadvantage or its reciprocal inherited advantage. And we see this in terms of material conditions as well as in terms of access to power. So examples include, with regard to material conditions, differential access by race to quality housing or excellent educational opportunities or equal employment opportunities or even the same level of income at the same level of employment. And clearly those things impact health. It shows up as differential access to medical facilities, including physical access, financial access, linguistic access. Shows up as differential access to a clean environment, and the very well documented disproportionate placement of toxic dump sites or bus transfer stations in communities of color, or the lack of quick action with the poisoning in Flint of the public water supply, in Flint and so many other cities across this nation, actually. With regard to access to power, that shows up as access to information, which could be health information, even information about how do you get a COVID test early on, or how do you get a COVID vaccine later on, or what are monoclonal antibodies? Can I please have some of that if I turn up positive, right? So about health information, or it could even be differential access to information about our own full histories. And that's what some of this anti-critical race theory stuff is about, to keep us from knowing our own histories and keep all people from knowing the full history of all of the people in the United States and how the United States came to be the way it is right now. Differential access to power as resources, which could be capital resources, but also social networking resources, knowing somebody on the board. And differential access to voice, voice in media, voice in government, and all of these efforts right now toward voter suppression is an effort to control our power. So I must admit that many people, when they look at this slide, they say, well, Dr. Jones, if you take a careful look at your first set of examples, housing, education, employment, income, isn't that what we call social class? Why do you have that on a slide about racism? Are you talking about racism? Or are you really, really talking about social class? And that's a very important question. Some of you might have that question deeply in your heart right now. So I want to address that question, the first part of my answer being that it doesn't just so happen that people of color in this country are overrepresented in poverty, while white people in this country are overrepresented in wealth. That's not just a happenstance. And for each stigmatized or marginalized or oppressed group of color, there's been some initial historical injustice. So for example, for American Indians, the initial historical injustice was the taking of the land, and then the near genocide, and then moving the survivors to reserve lands, reservations, and then in some instances, something good was found under one reservation. Oops, you got to pick the people up and move them someplace else. There have been people who lived in Mexico, families that lived in Mexico for centuries, who never crossed the border, but the border crossed them, and they find themselves in New Mexico, right, in Texas, Arizona, California, and their great-grandchildren are being targeted still and harassed. The El Paso massacre now about a year and a half ago, right? And we are, blocking people, not even acknowledging, because we're afraid of those people, acknowledging our United Nations obligation in terms of, I don't know, I'm thinking of, it's not clemency, but in terms of people who are seeking refuge or whatever, and locking children up at the border. Speaking of locking people up, the Japanese Americans during World War II were interned, right? But German Americans, Italian Americans weren't. We invited Chinese laborers early on to come and build our railroads, but then with the Chinese Exclusion Act, then we made it impossible for them to bring their families with them. There were even laws that they couldn't marry in this country. For people of African descent, the initial historical injustice was the kidnapping of West African people and our importation across the Atlantic with tremendous loss of life in the Middle Passage. And then for the survivors and their progeny, for generations and generations and generations, what I describe as the coerced usury of our unpaid labor for centuries to build this country. But then people hear me and they're like, Dr. Jones, there you go talking about slavery. Dr. Jones, we all recognize that slavery was an unfortunate chapter in our nation's history. But Dr. Jones, the enslaved people were emancipated by 1865. And here we are in 2021, which makes that 156 years ago. So Dr. Jones, all else being equal, don't you think the impacts of slavery would have washed out by now? Well, the answer to their question is in the question, isn't it? All else being equal. All else has not been equal since 1865, and all else still is not equal today. And there are contemporary present-day structural factors that are perpetuating that and all of these other initial historical injustices that I described, that are perpetuating these. And these contemporary structural factors are part and parcel of structural racism. So when I am asked, am I talking about social class or am I talking about racism? My response is that structural racism explains why we even see an association between social class and race in this country. This is a very important aha. It doesn't just so happen, right? And I could, as you can tell, I could talk minutes and more into this slide. I will not. I will just say one more thing, that structural racism can show up as acts of doing, acts of commission, as well as acts of not doing, acts of omission. And very often, structural racism shows up as lack of action, inaction in the face of need. The part that, if you're interested, that I'd like to talk about is people who challenge me and say, well, if I talk so much about racism, I must not care about poor white people. I'd like to talk about that, but not later, because I recognize that I'm just going on and on this slide. And you're like, what about the other two levels of racism? So here we go. Personally mediated racism, I define as differential assumptions about the abilities, motives, and intents of others by race, and then differential actions based on those assumptions. This is what most people think of when they hear the word racism, that somebody did something to somebody. It includes the different idea, the prejudice, and the different action, the discrimination. And there are many ways that this can impact health, from police brutality to physician disrespect, which can be subtle, like a physician not giving a patient the full range of treatment options because the physician figures that patient wouldn't understand, couldn't afford, wouldn't comply anyway, whatever they assume. Or it could be quite blatant, like sterilization abuse, which has had many iterations in our nation's history. Shopkeeper vigilance being followed around in stores, or waiter indifference, not getting quick, respectful treatment, which are elements of what some people call everyday racism. The microaggressions, the subtle communication of disrespect, which may be related to elevated blood pressures in communities of color, blood pressures that don't even go down at night. Teacher devaluation, very important manifestation of this level of racism, because if a teacher looks at a young child and thinks, that child can't learn, and puts them off in the attention deficit disorder track or whatever kind of track they're going to put them in, that child will never even know their full potential, much less have the ability to develop to their full potential. This level of racism, like structural, can be through acts of doing as well as acts of not doing, but even more important is to recognize that personally mediated racism can be unintentional as well as intentional. You do not have to have intended to do something racist to have had a racist impact. The third level of racism, internalized, I'm going to define here from the point of view of members of stigmatized races as acceptance by members of stigmatized races of negative messages about our own abilities and intrinsic worth. Now, I also do acknowledge that, because I used to have friends who do anti-racism training or anti-racism scholars, who would say, well, Kamara, what about the internalized sense of entitlement that many white people walk around with? Isn't that also internalized racism? And I say, yes, it is. But it's not on this slide, because the internalized sense of entitlement, how is that turning into bad health outcomes? Except maybe if there are people who are walking around with an internalized sense of entitlement thwarted, maybe that is at the base of what some people have described as the diseases of despair in white populations. So, you know, the suicides or the opioid epidemic, that now it's opioid and white and other things. But now that more white people were involved, then all of a sudden it was a public health crisis and, you know, an epidemic as opposed to the crack crisis. But anyway, so I acknowledge that, you know, I acknowledge the sense of entitlement as internalized racism, and that a sense of entitlement thwarted may result in bad health outcomes. But the rest of this slide is still from the point of view of members of stigmatized races, where internalized racism clearly shows up as self-devaluation. And somebody was talking about the color line and stuff like that. This is where this comes in, where white is right type of thing, you know, light skin privilege and all of that. But this self-devaluation, feeling maybe I'm really not as good as, maybe I shouldn't try to graduate from high school or apply to that college or try to, you know, live in that neighborhood to get that job. It turns into this white man's Isis Coulter syndrome. That phraseology I heard from my parents and their generation, who probably heard it from their parents and on before them, And what it meant then and still means for many of us today as people of color is, say I'm black and I need a lawyer, I might actually seek out a white lawyer over a black lawyer. Or if I'm sick, I might prefer the white doctor over the black doctor if I could find a black doctor. Or if my lemonade were warm, I might go way down the street to get the white man's ice over the black man's ice, deeply believing that the white man's ice is colder, deeply internalizing the myth of white superiority. Internalized racism shows up as resignation, helplessness, hopelessness, which turns into a lot of self-destructive health behaviors. And in its essence, it is about members of stigmatized races accepting the limitations to our own full humanity of the box into which we've been placed. So that when we hear young high school students of color, and one in the friend group is trying to be the valedictorian, and the other friends are saying, well, you know, so-and-so is just trying to be white, we need to challenge that. Because since when did white people claim exclusive access to excellence? They did not. But now I've given you some sense of these three levels of racism. Now I'm going to illustrate the relationship and also ask the question, what can we do to set things right, by sharing my Gardener's Tale allegory, which is another of my stories that was based on my own real life experience. I'm going to stop sharing for a moment so that you can see me large, because I'm going to use my hands even more in telling this story. And I'm going to start by telling you what I saw with my own real eyes, and then I'm going to make it a story about racism. So my husband and I had been married about a year when we moved back down to Baltimore so that I could resume my PhD studies at Hopkins. And we bought our first freestanding house, cute little house with a big wrap-around porch on it and flower boxes dotted all on the porch. And we bought this house in October, but you know, October in Baltimore, that's not really the time to plant. So we waited in terms of planting. But when spring came, my husband, who loves to garden, he ran out with our marigold seed, going to decorate our cute little house. And then he ran right back in. And he said, well, Kamara, some of these boxes have dirt in them, but some of these boxes are empty. So I need to go down to the gardening store. So he does. He goes down to the gardening store and he comes back hauling big old bags of potting soil, right? And then we fill up those empty boxes. And then we take equal numbers of marigold seeds and we put them in all of the boxes and we water all of the boxes equally. And by this time, because I'm not the gardener in the family, by this time I'm exhausted. So I figure I'm just going to sit back and be delighted. Well, about 3 weeks later, as I'm walking out of my front door onto my porch, I finally pay attention to these flower boxes. And what I saw made me literally stop in my tracks. Because what I saw made me think we had planted completely different species in some boxes versus others. Because some of the boxes were full of plants, and they were tall, vigorous-looking plants. And some of the boxes just had a few plants in them, and they were kind of scrawny and scraggly looking. And then I realized what had happened. That potting soil that my husband had bought turned out to be rich, fertile soil, so that every single seed planted in the rich, fertile soil had sprouted. The strong seed grew very tall and vigorous, but even the weak seed made it halfway up. But that old soil that we had found there turned out to be poor, rocky soil. So the weak seed planted in the poor, rocky soil just died. And even the strong seed planted in the poor, rocky soil had to struggle to make it halfway up. And some of you guys might be nodding about now because maybe you're gardeners and maybe you've composted half of your garden and maybe you've seen this image with your own real eyes. And we recognize that this image is about the importance of the soil, the importance of the environment. But now I'm going to take this image and I'm going to make it a story about racism by introducing a gardener. So now we have a gardener who has two flower boxes, one which she knows to have rich, fertile soil, one which she knows to have poor, rocky soil, and she has seed for the same kind of flowers, except some of the seed is going to produce pink blossoms, and some of the seed is going to produce red blossoms, and the gardener prefers red over pink. So what does she do? She takes the red seed, she puts it in the rich, fertile soil, pink seed in the poor, rocky soil. 3 weeks later, she sees in her flower boxes what I saw in mine. In that rich, fertile soil, all the red seed sprouts, strong red seed, tall and vigorous, weak red seed makes it halfway up. In the poor rocky soil, weak pink seed dies. Here comes a strong pink seed, struggling to make it to a middling height. And then in those two flower boxes, those flowers go to seed. And the next year, same thing happens. And then those flowers go to seed. And year after year after year after year, same thing happens until finally, about 10 years later, the gardener is looking at her flower boxes and she says, you know, I was right to prefer red over pink. So let's interrupt the story here to say the first part of this story is how structural racism works. where you had the initial historical injustice of the separation of the seed into the two types of soil. You had the contemporary structural factors of the flower boxes keeping the soil separate, and then lack of action, inaction in the face of need, perpetuation of the inequity. But let's pick the story back up and say, well, where's personally mediated racism in this garden? Well, the gardener's looking over the red flowers thinking, oh, I love me some red. And then she looks at the pink flowers and she says, oh, those pink flowers sure are scrawny and scraggly. So she plucks off the pink blossoms before they can even go to seed. Or maybe she notices that a pink seed has blown into the rich, fertile soil, so she plucks it out before it can establish itself, which is some of the anti-affirmative action stuff that goes on. And where would internalized racism be in the garden? Well, the red flowers are just living their lives, enjoying being red, many of them not acknowledging or perhaps not even recognizing that they're benefiting from enriched soil. The pink flowers are looking over at red, thinking red is beautiful, and wishing with all their hearts that they too could be red. And here come the bees, minding their own business, collecting nectar, but pollinating at the same time. So here comes a bee bzz, into one of the pink flowers, and bzz, to another pink flower, and bzz, to this pink flower. And this flower's like, get away from me, bee. Don't bring me any of that pink pollen. I prefer the red. Because the pink flower has internalized that red is better than pink. So now the question arises, what do we do to set things right in this garden? Well, we could start by addressing the internalized racism. We can go over to the pink flowers and we can say, pink is beautiful, power to the pink. And that is an important intervention. But if that's all we do, it's not going to change the situation in which the pink flowers find themselves. So you might say, oh, okay, well, let's address the personally mediated racism. Let's have a conversation with the gardener. Or better yet, let's have a workplace multicultural workshop for the gardener. It's all good, so we do. And in this workshop, we say, dear gardener, would you please stop plucking those pink flowers? And maybe she will, maybe she won't. But even if she does, it's still not going to change the situation in which those pink flowers find themselves. What we need to do if we're going to set things right in this garden is address the structural racism, which means we have to either break down the boxes and mix up the soil, or if you want to keep separate boxes, that's all right too, although it does make it easier for that same gardener to continue segregating resources going forward. But if you decide you're going to keep separate boxes, then it means you must enrich that poor rocky soil until it is as rich as the rich fertile soil. And when you do, the pink flowers will flourish. They'll be looking beautiful, grand, and glorious. And actually, because that pink seed has been selected for survival and strength, they might even look a little bit better than the red, although that's not, I actually used to say that every time I would tell the story, and then I started understanding that that's some of the red gardeners and red flowers fear. So so you can strike that if that makes you uncomfortable. But anyway, in that intervention on the structural racism, we will now have also possibly intervened on the internalized racism, because pink will no longer be looking over at red, thinking that red is better and wanting to be red. And in that intervention on the structural, we may also address the personally mediated racism. Now, that original gardener may have to go to her grave preferring red over pink. But her children, who grow up and see the flowers equally beautiful, will be less likely to have that kind of attitude. So this story has been to illustrate these three levels of racism and to strongly suggest that if we want to set things right in the garden, we need to at least address the structural racism. Good to address all the levels at the same time. But if we address the structural racism, then the other levels may take care of themselves. Now, though, before I end this story and open it up for more discussion, I have to say there's one more question that we haven't raised yet. Who is the gardener? After all, the gardener is the one that I gave the power to decide, the power to act, and control of resources, which are actually the elements of self-determination. So who is the gardener? Well, in the U.S. context, the government is a huge part of the gardener, but not the only part. Foundations, corporations, media, communities to the extent that they have self-determination. But whoever the gardener is, it is dangerous when the gardener is allied with one group. I painted her red. That's why she prefers red over pink. And it's also dangerous when she's not concerned with equity. When she looks at her flower boxes and thinks that her garden is beautiful, thank you, because she's not even counting the pink flowers as part of her garden. So now that question arises is, what do we do about the gardener? Do we make the gardener striped or polka dotted or fuchsia? Do the pink flowers have to grow or recruit their own gardener? Lots of questions can come out of this story. And I want to share with you two that have come up before that I now share with every group with whom I speak. And then I'll pause and we can have a little more discussion before I carry on to my third allegory and the rest of what I want to say. And let me just check my time. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think I have 24 more minutes, so we'll be good. Okay. So here are the questions I want to share with you. I was once asked early on when I started telling this story, excuse me, Dr. Jones, but why should the red flowers share their soil? When I heard that question, I loved that question because it showed me the power of this story to start conversations about racism that might be otherwise difficult if we were talking about racism between you and me. My answer to that question, why should the red flowers share their soil, is that actually that soil doesn't belong to the red flowers. It belongs to the whole garden. But here's another question. What if that's not the original gardener we're looking at? What if that's the gardener's great, 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 great grandchild? Here we are. And that great, 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 great grandchild has always seen the flowers looking like that, may not even think there's a problem to be solved. So very quickly, in 3 steps, I would say that first of all, we must make the differences in the height and vigor of the pink and red flowers a problem requiring urgent solution. We need to put that on our urgent action agenda. But then now that it's on the agenda, how are we going to address the problem? Well, that is step 2. We must make those flower boxes transparent. We must be talking about the differences in the quality of the soil. But then as we do that step 2 and make those flower boxes transparent and talk about the differences in the quality of the soil, the third step is we must make sure that everybody recognizes that the pink seed did not just launch themselves into that poor rocky soil. So we must talk about history, and we must talk about how the gardener's initial preference for red over pink set up the whole situation. Some people might call that preference cultural racism. In our setting in the US, it is clearly white supremacist ideology. We must talk about that because if we don't, and not just talk about it, we must address it. We must address that preference for red over pink. Because if we don't, then even if we compel that red gardener to enrich the poor rocky soil today until it is as rich as the rich fertile soil, if she continues to prefer red over pink, she will continue to privilege red over pink going forward. So when I defined racism as a system that does 2 things, structures opportunity and assigns value, for many years when I would tell this story, it was all about the quality of the soil and the boxes and all the opportunity structure piece. But we must address both of those pieces, the structure piece and the values piece, if we're going to set things right in this garden. So I will actually stop sharing for a minute now so that we can entertain more questions, and then I'm going to carry on. So
Okay.
Dawn, are there more questions? Or I would be happy to carry on. Because
We have several questions, Dr. Jones.
Okay.
One says,
Ooh, you muted yourself. You muted yourself again.
it says, Dr. Jones, can you direct me to resources that provide guidance on how to address the biology of the effects of racism? I'm interested in the role of stress hormones, cortisol, play on our mental health as a result of living in racist society. I've done research and published on the interaction between nicotine and melanin containing tissues. There's been little research done on the release of, okay, y'all, with these big words, ACTH is released during stress. Racism keeps those of us on the receiving end of fight and flight stress modes, survival modes, which is not conducive to building collaborative and trusting relationships.
So there's a lot there. And yes,
Yes.
and it is true that there is, in the human genome, there's no basis in the human genome for biological subspeciation. But because of because of racism and the using socially assigned race as a substrate on which racism operates day to day, then the biological impacts of living as racialized Black or Latinx or Asian or however you're being indigenous racialized. And I've actually done some research on socially assigned race versus self-identified race ethnicity, and have looked at that the health benefits of living white, even if you self-identify with a non-white group. But so there's all of that. So there's the chronic stress. There's people have looked at epigenetics, and so these temporary changes, not to the genome, but to the things that cause differences in genetic expression and all. I will have to say that there's that science, the whole science, you know, my doctoral dissertation established with regard to blood pressure, it prompted me, first of all, it showed the accelerated aging of Black women compared to white women with regard to blood pressures, systolic blood pressures. I never published that, but I presented on it many times. And then Arlene Geronimus at University of Michigan had always also noticed that with regard to birth outcomes, that for white women, the best time to have a baby with regard to the baby's health was if you were in your 20s, but for Black women, the best time to have a baby with regard to the baby's health was if you're in your teens. And so she talked about the weathering hypothesis. At the same time, in 1994, when I finished my dissertation, I was talking about accelerated aging. And people have picked up on that, and they've looked at telomere lengths, and they've looked at lots of different things in terms of aging. But yes, so there's a lot of stuff going on which causes the disparities that we see as racial health disparities. They're all due to racism. So here is my accelerated aging hypothesis, and then here's my take on many of the other things, going back to the Gartner's tale. Out of my work, I hypothesized a twofold accelerated aging hypothesis. The first was that Black folks in this country, I forget how I used to say it, that Black folks in this country, health outcomes, differential health outcomes. This is like in 1994, so anyway. Differential health outcomes in this country, Black-white differences in health outcomes in this country are due to the accelerated aging of the Black population compared to the white population. I have incontrovertible evidence of that with regard to blood pressures. And the second part is that the accelerated aging of the Black population compared to the white population in the United States is due to racism, which is why after I finished my dissertation, I went into developing measures of racism and all. And that's why I've become known as the racism lady, the racism lady. But I am an epidemiologist. I developed a whole new system of statistical methods and all. And I am going to turn back and come back, even though many people in the intervening years have been talking about accelerated aging. Nobody has my statistical methods that they can apply. So anyway, I'm going back to that. So that's one thing. So there's the stress, there's the accelerated aging, there's the epigenetic changes. I haven't gotten into that. I am concerned with this emphasis on epigenetics and the kind of research that's being done there, that people are saying, aha, something's happening to the genes. But people, as far as I know, I'm not deep into this research, haven't been looking at, well, then how do you change those epigenetic changes? How do you change them back? But this is what I think. Going back to the Gardener's tale, if we have some poor rocky soil and you have a strong pink seed that has made it halfway up in the poor rocky soil, if you enrich that poor rocky soil today, that flower may grow up another 1/4 inch. But it won't be until that flower goes to seed that you really see the impact of that enriched soil. So the first lesson in that is that when we are doing interventions, we should not have a 3-year to 5-year time frame. We need to be investing in opportunity structures, the quality of the soil, recognizing that we may have to wait 20, 25 years, a generation, before we see the differences in the height of the flowers, right? So we need to invest in opportunity structures. We need to measure our impacts on opportunities. Is the soil richer? But then wait patiently for a generation to see the effects on the outcomes, the height of the flowers. This means that we can't have a narrow, we can't be like many politicians or even researchers or foundations and all who want to get credit for their investment, right? They want to see that quick return. If we are trying to get the low-hanging fruit, we will never address the root of the problem. So I think that the approach to anti-racism has to be interventions, basically investing in the quality of the soil, in opportunities, and then maybe it'll be our children who see the impact of that. And let me see, there was one more point I wanted to make, but I think I'm using up a lot of my time. So I'll leave it there. And I hope I answered your question. I think I'll take one more question because I have one more allegory, and then towards launching a national campaign against racism. I want to talk about some of the mechanics of action. So one more question.
Okay. So I have actually 2 questions left, but I'll
Okay,
do
well
the
then I'll
first
take
one.
both. I'll take both.
Okay. The first one is, can you help me? I'm striving to help people understand why we need to change white supremacy to perceived white supremacy. No validity
Oh,
to supremacy of anyone over anyone else.
right. So I always talk about white supremacist ideology. I never leave it white supremacy. That's the ideology is of white supremacy, but you could say perceived white supremacy, or you could just talk about it as the ideology, the false idea. It's a false idea, but it is a real ideology that people are holding. So white supremacist ideology. So I think that we have to, yes, we should never talk about white supremacy. That's a false idea. So if we just leave those words like that, we're actually letting them live another day. So I agree.
The next question says, how would you recommend or addressing foundations and boards of nonprofits to pay attention to the structural racism?
So the first thing is they're going to have to maybe read history. This is for all of us, boards and everything. We need to read history. And so, so many people last year, especially who are newly understanding that racism might exist, were reading books on racism and how to become an anti-racist and how to recognize and address white fragility and all kinds of things like that. That's fine, that's good. But really the important reading is to read history. So read The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, or The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, or read, Stamped from the Beginning by Ibram X. Kendi, or read, The Warmth of Other Suns by Isabel Wilkerson. You could take your history in different kinds of things, or you could just read like real history. Because we are so ahistorical in this society, we don't understand how things came to be the way they are. And once people start reading the history, read the history of your organization, read the history of your board, right? And why are you located there? And who were the early leaders? Read the, I was on an accreditation council for graduate medical education, ACGME. There was this, health disparities collaborative. And one of the things that we suggested, I was a faculty member for them, and one of the things that we suggested was that each group from a hospital read the history of their hospitals. Why are they located where they are? What were the mergers? Who were they set up for? And all of that. And each of those groups came back with eyes open. Oh my God, I never knew. So start with it. And if you can't find the history, then research the history of your organization and write it for yourself. So the first thing that they should do is read history. And then they'll come back knowing, oh my God, structural racism, yes. And other stuff too. But so I would say start by reading history, and by maybe listening to, I have now at 7 years old, a TED Talk with 4 of my allegories in there. So if you Google Kamara Jones TED Talk, it gets you to a TEDx Emory. And you can start reading about racism too, but my allegories are a nice, easy way for people to get in. And then you can start reading lots of other people who are now talking and have been talking about issues of racism, but reading history is the way in. So anyway, so if there are other questions, then we'll take them at the end. I think I'm going to go straight through from now to the end.
Okay.
Okay, so let me start sharing my screen again. Okay, so this is the third allegory that I'm going to share with you all, and that is my newest allegory, Cement Dust in Our Lungs. And as I describe and share this allegory, think about cement dust and think about racism, okay? So imagine that there's a cement factory spewing cement dust, and the cement dust fills the air. And if any one of us is around this dust and around this factory for any amount of time, we're going to develop cement dust in our lungs. And this cement dust in our lungs is problematic for all of us, even those who don't recognize that they have cement dust in our lungs. And it can affect different ones of us differently. So the cement dust in my lungs might make me feel that I'm less than. Maybe I shouldn't try to graduate from high school. While the cement dust in somebody else's lungs might make him feel that he can, with equanimity, crush the life out of another human being with his knee for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. But however it's affecting us, this is problematic for all of us. So the question is, how do we address this problem? Do we focus on the individual? Well, let's see what that might look like. One strategy that actually many people fear is that maybe we'd have a screening machine that would go across and assess how much cement dust you have in your lungs. And if you have too much dust, an alarm goes off, and then maybe you get put over to the side of society or voted off the island. And I think this is a bad idea to even put out there, but this is what many people fear. This is why people don't even want to talk about cement dust, right? This is why people don't want to even say the word racism, because they figure that when you say the word racism, you are trying to divide the room into who's racist and who's not, or peer deeply into their soul to ask exactly how racist are you. So I think that this is not what we're talking about when we think at the individual level, but there might be individuals who recognize they have cement dust in their lungs and they want to get it out. So maybe we set up cleansing spas, trainings, or whatever. And somebody could go in, volunteer to go in, or be recommended to go in and come out, and they come out as good as new. But if they come out into that same cloud of dust, they're going to reaccumulate cement dust in their lungs. So maybe we shouldn't focus on the individual. Maybe we need to acknowledge the existence of the cloud. So now here we are, and we acknowledge, yes, there's cement dust in my lungs, but I wasn't born that way. I'm living in a cloud of cement dust. We're going to name racism. Some people would say this is naming white supremacy culture or supremacist culture, whatever. But I would say, so we would name racism. Like, I don't go all into that. And when I recognize that I'm have the cement dust in my lungs because I'm living in a cloud of it, then maybe I'm going to put on a gas mask, right? Start my individual anti-racism journey, recognizing that this gas mask is going to try to help filter out a lot of the stuff that's coming into my lungs, but it's not going to extract the cement dust that's already in my lungs. But it's good. I feel a little more comfortable. I'm going to start reading. I'm going to start engaging with other people and going across town and meeting other people and hearing their stories and valuing. You know, I'm going to do all that stuff. And every time I see myself reflected in a glass or a mirror, I'm going to, first of all, recognize, I'll be grateful for my gas mask and that I have this, you know, gas mask on. And I'm also going to be reminded that, yes, I'm living in a cloud of cement dust. But this gas mask of mine is useful also because when you see me with my gas mask, you're going to say, Dr. Jones, why are you wearing a gas mask? And I'm saying we're living in a cloud of cement dust, of racism. I'm going to name racism. And then more and more of you might choose to put on your gas mask. But is that the answer? For each of us to start our individual anti-racism journeys to develop little baby gas masks, old people gas masks? It's a start, but it's insufficient. What we really need to do is dismantle the factory, which means that especially those of us who already have recognized that the factory exists, because it's hard to see in all of that dust, right? But those of us who have our gas masks on recognize that there is a factory spewing cement dust. We need to go closer to that factory to see it and to ask the question, how is the factory operating here? How is racism operating here? And then we need to organize and strategize to act to dismantle that factory and put in its place a system in which all people can know and develop to their full potentials. So this story is not just to say that racism exists and that it's a system. It's to say that we might know it's a system, but we also need to address racism at the system's level if we're going to set things right. Now, in that story, I asked the question, how is racism operating here? And already I've indicated to you that that is a legitimate question because racism is not a cloud, a miasma that we can't get a handle on. It is a system with identifiable and addressable mechanisms, which are in our structures, policies, practices, norms, and values, which are actually the elements of decision-making, where structures are the who, what, when, and where of decision-making, especially who's at the table and who's not, what's on the agenda and what's not. And whenever you find yourself at a decision-making table or you're setting one, I actually encourage you as your first job to look around and say, well, who's not at this table? Who has an interest in this proceeding? And then your job is not just to represent their interest. Maybe in the short term you have to do that, but your job is actually to create space, to find them a way to the table. And if structures are the who, what, when, and where of decision-making, policies are the written how of decision-making, practices and norms are the unwritten how of decision-making, and values are the why. And we should take this question, how is racism operating here with us everywhere? How is racism operating here in my child's daycare? How is it operating in my workplace, in this neighborhood? How is it operating within the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition? How is it operating in this city, the state, the nation? And when we ask that question, it helps us identify levers for intervention, targets for action. This is the second, as you'll remember, of the 3 tasks that I gave us for a national campaign against racism. The first being to name racism, and I gave you those 2 allegories and all those definitions and all that stuff to name racism. The second task is to ask this question: how is racism operating here? Before we move on to the third task, I want to say that that definition that I gave of racism can actually be generalized to be a definition of any system of structured inequity. So, for example, what is sexism? Well, that's a system of structuring opportunity and assigning value based on gender that unfairly disadvantages some, unfairly advantages others, and saps the strength of the whole society through the waste of human resources. And there are many axes of inequity that are operating in our society today, intersecting in communities and in individuals. And all of these are at least risk markers for how opportunity is structured and value is assigned. Even as a smaller group, are risk factors in the progression to disease. So at this point, I've been talking for an hour about race as the axis of inequity and racism as the system of structured inequity on which I have focused my whole career. And now you're like, well, Dr. Jones, really? You understand all this other's going on? Why are you so focused on race and racism? My answer is clear. Racism is foundational in our nation's history. And yet many people are in staunch denial of its continued negative, detrimental impacts on the health and well-being of the nation. I believe that all of us should be actively anti-racism. And you notice I don't say anti-racist because people get confused. Oh, are you against me? You calling me racist? I say we all need to be actively anti-racism. We're talking about this system. Even as we acknowledge and address and engage in struggles around these other axes of inequity and systems of structured inequity. And to the extent that we're able to dismantle the mechanisms of racism, the other struggles will benefit as well. So I think we should all be actively anti-racism and so if those are the axes of inequity, what is health equity or what is social equity more broadly? Here's my 3-part definition. What is it? How do we get there? How is it related to health disparities? I define health equity as assurance of the conditions for optimal health for all people. I actually contributed to the Healthy People 2020 definition of health equity, which starts out that health equity is attainment of the highest level of health for all people. And then I quickly realized that maybe that was too limited a thing, because what if we hit that last Sunday? Are we done? And I understand that health equity is not an outcome, it's a process. Which process? Assurance, which is actually one of the 3 core functions of public health identified by the then Institute of Medicine, along with assessment and policy development. Assurance of what? Of the conditions for optimal health, the so-called social determinants of health, for whom? For all people. That's what makes it equity. So I prefer this definition because it talks about a process and a continuing thing. Health equity is not something that we hit once and done. How do we get there? Achieving health equity requires at least these 3 things: valuing all individuals and populations equally, recognizing and rectifying historical injustices, and providing resources according to need. And how is health equity related to health disparities? Health disparities will be eliminated when health equity is achieved. Health disparities are the differences in outcomes. Health equity is all about the opportunity structures. And if you in your work or in your civic life are trying to figure out, am I about health equity? You need to ask, are you trying to do these 3 things? Of course, there are more principles that we could add to that list, but I think at least these 3 principles for achieving health equity. Are you valuing all individuals and populations equally? Well, how would I know, Dr. Jones? Well, let's think about that verb, valuing. And how do you know if you're valuing? Think about how you might value your child or your nieces or nephews, right? You would protect them. You would invest in them. You would celebrate them. You would invite their opinion. You would do all of these. We could come up with 50 valuing verbs. And once we come up with those verbs, and that's a good exercise, then you say, am I doing that for all individuals and populations equally? Recognizing and rectifying historical injustices means learning history, first of all, and then being unafraid to rectify historical injustices, which means that reparations is not a dirty word. And then providing resources according to need has 2 steps. First, we should agree on a metric of need. How are we going to measure need? Maybe it's the infant mortality rate in a given zip code or whatever, in all of our zip codes. Or maybe it's by the number of people per 100,000 who are infected with COVID. or maybe it's something else. But once we agree on a metric of need, that's the easier part. The harder part is having the political spine when you get some resources to distribute the resources according to that metric of need. Because if you're a state health officer and you have 5 counties and you get $1 million, the reflex is to give each county $200,000. But what you need to do is have the political spine to perhaps say to County A, you won't get any this year because County E needs that more. And you may not get any next year or the year after. And that is the hard part. I have seen people say they're going to be about equity and provide resources according to need, and they've said what their metric of need is, and when the rubber hits the road, they feel the pressure of everybody asking for the money, because everybody's going to feel needy, because people do not compare themselves to those who have less. They always compare themselves to those who have more. But if we have this metric of need, we really could distribute resources according to need. It's a hard thing. So just stiffen your political spine right now. I have identified 7 barriers to achieving health equity. Ooh, I'm over time. Okay, I want to tell this, and then I want to just quickly go through the other stuff that I was going, and I will share these slides, we can look at it. But I want to go through this, okay? 7 things that I used to call cultural barriers or societal barriers to achieving health equity that I then framed as the 7 values targets for anti-racism action. I understand these to be the 7 social delusions that undergird the intergenerational transmission of racism denial. Lots of ways I framed it. Here they are. Number 1, in this nation, we are very narrowly focused on the individual, which makes systems and structures either invisible or seemingly irrelevant. It makes our sense of self-interest very narrowly defined. If we're not even counting our aunts and uncles and cousins as part of self, we certainly aren't counting those people across town as part of self. It gives us a limited sense of interdependence there, but for the grace of God go I. We are all in this together. I am my brother's and my sister's keeper. And a limited sense of power, because we figure like, well, what can I do as an individual if racism is a system, as opposed to understanding that collective action and collective efficacy is what we need to focus on. The second of the 7 is the fact that we are ahistorical. We act as if the present were disconnected from the past, and as if the current distribution of advantage and disadvantage were just a happenstance. And if you are ahistorical and you were born and you see things a certain way, you figure they've always been this way and they'll always stay this way. It even limits your idea of how things can change. The third of the 7 is our endorsement of the myth of meritocracy. The story that goes something like this: if you work hard, you'll make it. Now, I give you that most people who have made it have worked hard, although not everybody who's made it has worked hard. We have some very prominent examples of that. But even as most people who have made it have worked hard is true, there are many, many other people working just as hard or harder who will never make it because of an uneven playing field, which has been structured and is being perpetuated by racism, sexism, heterosexism, all of these systems of structured inequity. And when we deny the existence of these systems, we blame those who haven't made it for being lazy or stupid. And there are many ways to deny racism. One is to say, I don't think racism exists. A lot of people using that, that option, right? But another way is to be all about diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, cultural competence, cultural humility, structural competence, disproportionalities, disparities, race, and never say the word racism. Because even if all your work is all about that, if you never say the word racism in the context of our widespread racism denial in this country, then we're complicit with that denial. The fourth of the 7 is endorsement of the myth of a zero-sum game. If you gain, I lose, which sets us up in competition. It masks the cost of inequity. It hinders efforts to grow the pie. It's like I am sitting at a potluck table. I see you coming. I don't want you anywhere near this table because I think you're just going to come and eat up all the food. And I don't even have the eyes to see that you are bringing with you all kinds of cakes and pies and roasts and salads and fruits and good things. The fifth of the 7 is our limited future orientation. Now, the parts of the future that each of us can touch today that will hopefully survive us are the children and the planet. In this country, we have a disregard for the children and a usurious relationship with the planet. We do not, like many American Indian nations do, have a 7 generations perspective when we're making decisions. 7 generations hence. What's the impact of this going to be 100 years from now? And we are not like Maasai people in East Africa, who I understand greet one another, not with, hey, how you doing, but with the question, how are the children? Hoping to hear the answer, all the children are well. In this country, we don't even ask, how are the children? And if we did, we would not get the answer, all the children are well. The sixth of the seven is the endorsement of the myth of American exceptionalism. You see, I put American in quotes because what we're really talking about is US exceptionalism, but we're so proud or whatever, we claim American to be us, even though Canada, Mexico, all of Central South America are American as well. But it gives this sense that the US is so special, so different, so ordained by God, that we deserve all of this vaccine that we have up in this country right now. It gives us a disinterest in learning from others. If we had only learned from other countries that were much more successfully dealing with the COVID pandemic, if we still could learn, right? But if we'd only learned, hundreds of thousands of lives would have been saved. The seventh of these seven barriers is actually the first, the foundational one. We already talked about that from the first question that I answered, white supremacist ideology. This false idea that there's a hierarchy of human valuation by race. There is no such hierarchy. The falser idea that would put white people as the ideal or the norm, but this gives people who are living as white a sense of entitlement. It results in the devaluation and dehumanization of people of color and fear at the browning of America. I was going to share with you my structure for an anti-racism collaborative with 8 collective action teams. I was going to share with you for each collective action team some guiding questions and early ideas for action, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to, you can, if you're a fast reader, you can see that. But I'm going to close with what I wanted to close with. But these slides I will make available, and happy to, at some other time, come back and share these ideas with you. But this was the action piece at a granular level. But there's an action piece that I want to give you right now, going back to the image of the open close sign. What can we do today, right now? We need to actively look for evidence of two-sided signs. Is there something differential going on here by race or language or immigration status or gender or zip code or urban, rural or religion or anything? And we need to look not only for differences in outcomes, but differences in opportunities and opportunity structures. We need to burst through our bubbles of experience to experience our common humanity. Each of us is in a bubble of experience, our kids, our work, our communities. Some of the bubbles are very big with thin soap bubble boundaries. Some are smaller with thicker plexiglass boundaries. Some of them are tinted or polarized. Whatever kind of bubble we're in, most of us do not know that just across town there are other people just as kind, funny, generous, hardworking, smart as we are, who are living in very different circumstances. We need to burst through our bubbles of experience at the individual level and also create institutional, structural bubble bursting opportunities so we can experience our common humanity in different circumstances and start building common cause. We need to be interested in the stories of others, believe the stories of others without requiring cell phone video documentation or body cam footage, and then join in the stories of others. And I'm heartened that more of us are doing that these days. We need to develop a sensitivity to see the absence of who is not at the table, what is not on the agenda, what policies are not in place that if put in place could be more forward towards social justice. We need to reveal inaction in the face of need, because that's how structural racism very, very, very often shows up these days. But all the power is not on the folks inside the restaurant. Those of us on the outside, we need to know our power, need to recognize that action is power, and especially that collective action is power, because collective action will protect us, it will propel us, it will inform us, it will inspire us. We need to name racism and move to action, and collective action is power. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and I don't know what you're going to do with time. I know that I am, I took an extra 10 minutes, sorry, but I've enjoyed the questions, and if you have the flexibility, happy to take 1 or 2 more questions. If not, thank you.
Dr. Jones, we are so excited that you were here with us today. We thank you for being here and being part of this conversation. Everyone has left great messages in the chat that I'm sure you can see. And there's 2 questions in the Q&A. We can't actually say them out loud, but if you could go in and pop and just type in something for them. We don't want to leave people hanging because they were excited. One young lady is from California. She said she got up at 5:30 just so she could be here for your presentation. And so we thank you from the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition for your great work, your great endeavors, and all this. I was trying to take notes behind the scenes. and answering those questions. So if people do have questions, please continue to put them in the Q&A. And Dr. Jones, if you would be so gracious as to look at those questions. And we will have a little time, hopefully made up in a couple minutes, and we may be able to go back and answer some of those questions if you decide to stay with us a little longer.
Oh, I will stay, and sorry for going over, and sorry that I took so much time that I couldn't even go through all those details. But anyway, thank you.
And we'll make sure everybody will get those slides and all the information. So we have that in the chat and we are taking care of it. So thank you so much. And she will stay with us. So we will be able to get back with her possibly during the break if we all want to stay on and ask some questions. Okay. So we're going to move on to our next panelist. I'm going to ask Ms. Lachelle Pugh to come forth so she can introduce our next panelist. And we are looking forward and having a great morning.
Good morning. Excuse me. I'm excuse me. I'm Dr. Lachelle Pugh. I'm the Assistant Executive Director for the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition. Thank you all for being here today. And I just want to make sure you're aware the anti-racism training has been rescheduled. I put my email address in the chat. Please put your email, send me an email for the registration link for the anti-racism training, which will be held on September 13th of this year. Now, without further ado, I want to introduce our next speaker.
Michelle, before you do that, hold on one second. I'm sorry, guys. If you need CEUs for today, I forgot to give y'all the code for the first section, which was Dr. Jones. The code is 0316. So you need to write these code numbers down. They will be given after every speaker. And if you need those CEUs, I will put it in the chat where you can get the email. I will not give you the code again, because if you're on here, you should be able to write that code down. The first code is 0316. I'm sorry, Miss Pugh, Dr. Pugh.
It's okay. We want to make sure they that everybody gets their CEs. Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Danielle King from the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation Congressional Fellow, and her topic is racism and the proliferation of guns in the African American community. Dr. King.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you so much, Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, for reaching out to me and asking for me to present today. I do want to let the audience know that what I am going to present today is triggering to myself. So please forgive me if I do get emotional, and triggering to the audience. And I understand that. I know inherently what we have in the Black community disproportionately affects us as gun violence, as a public health epidemic. And this is very triggering for me because my brother is now a part of this statistical atrocity that is plagued within Black America and Hispanic America, but drastically in Black America. We are losing our Black mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, uncles, cousins, all of our loved ones, which has actually become the demise of the Black community. As Dr. Jones poignantly expressed today to this audience, that there are disproportionate rates of health inequity across every single continuum. And that is very important to look at in public health due to our systems that affect us. And I will not take much longer, but I do want to start this conversation. Hopefully I'll share this okay with everyone here. But this is a video that we found after my brother was murdered, September 16, 2018. I have been leading the charge, but I just want to kind of fold you into our family narrative and everything that has been happening thereafter. but I want you to understand who my brother is. And there is a dispatcher call that is attached to this video. So I will share this right now.
Can you share it? Okay.
Trying to make sure. This is not the right one. So sorry. Of course. Can you guys see that? It probably doesn't want to do it. Can you hear this?
From Weldon. From Weldon. Yes. Well done.
Can you hear that
Yes.
and see it?
We don't see it, but we can definitely hear it.
Okay. It's probably just because of technology today. I'm so sorry. Okay. Thank you guys. Let's try this one. I'm gonna try this one, and if not, I'm gonna continue to go, okay? Okay, see if that works for you guys. No, okay. I'm sorry, guys. You're just gonna hear it today, okay? So here we go. It's about 4 minutes.
No. Oh. Welding. Sheldon, well done. Well done, Sheldon. Well done. Sheldon. There you go. Trees and flowers. Well done, Sheldon. Yeah. I would have to say that sometime.
Small one.
Colorado Springs 911, what's the exact location of the emergency?
1611 Howard.
Can you just repeat that once more, please?
1611 Howard.
What is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Phone number is 719-428-9980.
And what is your first and last name?
First name is Sheldon, Sheldon. Last name is King, King.
All right, tell me exactly what happened.
I've been being harassed by my landlord. He keeps breaking and entering into my room. He's tried locking me out of the house. He's threatened me with court cases. He's threatened me with bear mace, which is scary enough. It's getting to the point where I'm starting to fear for my life, like for real.
What's going on tonight that made you call 911?
The whole house is locked up and he's gone in my room. I don't know what he's done. He's locked the door. I can't get in. I literally been home for 20 minutes. I just got home from work and I'm like, I can't believe all this is going on. So
he locked you out of your room?
Yeah. And I'm afraid that if I try to get in there, he's going to do something.
Yeah, just keep yourself safe and don't engage with him. Are you at the location now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm standing with my roommate, Jason. We're in the front room.
All right. When did this happen?
Like I said, I've been home for 20 minutes. So I've been gone since about 6:30 this morning. He's all day. So I just got home.
All right.
I don't know when he locked.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't know when he locked me out. I don't. He's here. I just saw him. I don't even know what's going on.
Okay. All right. At any point were weapons involved or mentioned?
I know that he's got weapons in the house. I know that he has some form of mace or bear spray or something that he's told roommates that he's got against me. I'm not very sure. I've seen his weapons. I've seen the 38 special. But he hasn't done anything, and I'm afraid to do or say anything to him because I don't want it to escalate to anything violent.
All right. And right now, today, was the disturbance physical or verbal?
No, it's just I was locked out of the house as soon as I got home.
Okay.
So I pulled up, went to come in the house. Front door's locked. I got a key. I walked in, like literally, I'm still in like my work clothes and everything. First thing I want to do is take a shower. My room's locked down, which means he's been in there. Because the only way you can lock the room is from the outside. Because I don't even know if there's a key. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I need to get the suspect's description. What's his name?
His name is Frank Dillard.
And is he white, black, Asian, or Hispanic?
White. He's about 6'2", probably 150, 200 pounds, tattoos,
And how old is he
closer
approximately?
to around 65.
And what was he wearing today? Do you know?
Yeah, boxers.
Okay, not a problem. And I need
Yeah,
the
yeah.
suspect's vehicle description. What kind of vehicle does he have?
I don't know what year it is. It is a blue Toyota Tacoma with a camper on the back.
Is that a truck?
4-door. Yes, it's a truck, 4-door.
Has anyone involved been using alcohol or drugs?
He has been taking a lot of drugs, a lot of pills. He's on antidepressants. He's on opiates. He had I keep saying that, shoulder surgery. And he, a couple weeks ago, had a suicidal episode. So he was placed on antidepressants. And ever since that point, he's been steadily escalating with me personally. And it's gotten to a point where I'm actually afraid that something might happen.
Thank you so much for that time and energy and space in order to share Sheldon's narrative. And it has been, truly a really difficult journey for my family, really incomprehensible in order for us to lose Sheldon, for Sheldon to be taken away on September 16, 2018. As you can see, he reached out to a system and pleaded for his life. And that call went ignored blatantly. And it was deprioritized. During the time that the cops did come, it was after 7 calls, he made an additional 7 calls to the Colorado Police Department. And when they did come, Frank Dillard, as my brother just mentioned here, he was belligerent with law enforcement. My brother was very calm. He stated that there's an unregistered gun in the home. He threatened to spray me with bear mace. I need your help. I fear for my life. I do not want things to escalate. And all that they gave my brother was a card. And after that, 48 hours later, he was murdered. Frank Dillard shot himself in the head, but he was able to talk a little bit, saying that he doesn't understand what's going on and that he is completely disoriented because of what's going on. He himself, he died about, I would say, 24 to 48 hours later after my brother was murdered. But then the narratives started to change between the people who were in the home, people who were in the community, since it was predominantly white. And so it just became a cluster of our family that had to fight for Sheldon, not understanding what was going on. Law enforcement tried to victim blame him, as we know that that is a typical type of recourse that law enforcement or just our systems or institutions go to, especially with Black people. And we know that with law enforcement, especially within the Black community, because there is so much fear that's embedded within the exchange between Black people, BIPOC people, to law enforcement, it's better to just kind of take care of your own. And so it's really important for policymakers to really understand that narrative, to debunk what's happening with Black on Black crime, because as we can see here, there was a white assailant that took a Black life. When it comes to understanding what my brother was asking for was a 72-hour hold. He was just trying to get Frank out of the home because he deemed a harm to himself and to my brother. My brother is that's right. I like to put him in a presence that is now, because his his legacy lives on through not only my family, but the words that are within my dissertation, that are within this presentation, and also within articles and that I'm writing on my brother. One was just recently posted and published in the Washington Post. And so by saying is, I am able to thrive within that and to make sure that everybody knows who Sheldon King is and what has happened to him. So my brother focused on making sure that harm was alleviated and that 72-hour hold, if there was something that's called a red flag law, and this is the intervention, which could have helped my brother and can help many others. And we're starting to see this now develop a little bit more with red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders or protection orders. And as a public health practitioner, and now as a doctor of law and policy, we need to be able to understand how these two can come together. How can interventionists and preventionists and also policy making be married? Because you cannot have one with the other. As Dr. Jones said initially, that public health is foundational. It is foundational. It is not a strategy thereafter. It is not something that needs to be springboarded or is secondary or tertiary. It is foundational. And because of that, everything needs to be built on that, including policymaking. And we're seeing that in Congress now, where there are a social determinants of health caucus. There are a lot of, investing in our public health infrastructures because of the very strong disinvestment of that. And so, it is really critical that we figure out a way, especially within this public health epidemic, how we too can become stakeholders. Believe it or not, we are policymakers. We all have a road to traverse within my brother's narrative and others. Now, as we know, African Americans make up 13% of our nation in terms of population. In 2019, it was around 14%. So the average is between 13% and 14%. Now, I want to give you some numbers here so you can kind of understand. When my brother died in 2018, it was about 40,000 total of gun deaths that occurred in 2018. And unfortunately, he was a part of that. So he was added to the National Gun Violence Memorial. Now let's look at 2 years later from that, in the worst time in our history in 100 years, in 2020. We had 43,553 gun deaths that occurred in America in 2020. So why is that significant to the Black community? It is not only because of the proliferation of guns, but it is because of how many people have died within the Black community because of that. And 53% of the gun violence deaths that occurred in 2020 were in the Black community, sliced in half. It was the worst that we have seen. Out of the district that I work in, which is the Alabama 7th District, it is the second worst state in the nation that attributes to gun violence. It is the second worst state. Every single pocket in the United States, in terms of the Black community, is directly and drastically affected by gun violence. It is a public health epidemic. It is no time for us to say that it is not. It's no time for us to just look at mass shootings, which is what red flag laws. This is a measure, a preemptive measure to make sure those that are harming themselves or that are deemed to harm themselves have these interventions in place, in which my brother was trying to get for Frank Dillard before Frank murdered my brother and took his life on September 16th. These protection orders could help us, but they can only help us in regards to what the community can do. And so on April 8th of this year, 2021, the Biden-Harris administration put forth executive orders to say that red flag laws or extreme risk protection orders, which are the same things, but it's depending on the legal statute of the state. And right now, we only have 19. There are 21 that have some form of red flag laws. And there are some that are beginning to sign more, but it is definitely very difficult in order to get that. So we are definitely asking constituents to reinforce this narrative and say that there is an intervention out there and a prevention mechanism that can mitigate gun violence in the community. Now it's only one thing. It is not the end all be all. It is not the absolute solution to gun violence. It is eradicating racism in our systems that would help us mitigate gun violence as a public health epidemic in Black America. It is critical. It is the most pivotal time in which we can do that. Gun violence as a public health epidemic was, first brought forth from the American Medical Association about 3 years ago. And now it is saying that it is not only a public health crisis, it is what we have to do because it is now becoming generational. So my brother's legacy is and will be through all of these interventions in which I have studied. Not only am I a public health practitioner, but as a doctor of law and policy, I wanted to understand the nuance of how these particular systematic or racial institutional structures, because they are structural, definitely brought social indicators that led to my brother being murdered on September 16th. And so I was able to do that by looking at Heller, which is, District of Columbia versus Heller. And this is saying that there are ways in which if we pass this Supreme Court precedent in 2008, it will proliferate guns in the Black community, and it has done that. And then you had McDonald versus City of Chicago, which is another Supreme Court precedent that said that not only do you have the right to protect yourself within the home, you have the right to protect yourself within the home that is now given to the state. So this was at the federal level, and how can we attribute this Supreme Court precedent at the state level? I feel that I might be running out of time because I see that Ivanka is there, but I just want to close in saying that it really is important in order for us to, to not have the story that my brother has, to not have the story that an uncle or a friend or a cousin that you may have, for us to look forward and to build a way that we can contribute and we can eradicate this narrative that is known as gun violence in Black America, because it is real and it is heartbreaking, and it takes a lot for me to get up every single day. And it is my job to make sure, not only as a public health practitioner, but as an advocate, a very strong advocate in gun violence prevention and intervention, to make sure that you're able to reach your optimum health. And you will not be able to do that if it is taken by gun violence. Thank you so much. And I don't know if this opens me up to Q&A, but I'm available.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. King. We do have time for questions. And if there's anything burning that you want to share, you have a few extra minutes because we know we started a few minutes late. So I'm going to check the chat and the Q&A and see if we have any questions. So if anybody has any questions for Dr. King, please feel free to ask those questions. Seeing no questions, there's no questions in the chat, there's no questions in the Q&A. We would like to thank you, Dr. King, for sharing your story. If you want to—
There is a question. There is a question.
Oh, there is? Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry.
The question is from Connie Davis. So what are you suggesting, Dr. King, to prevent such misinformation?
Connie, thank you so much for your question. I think that is, it's excellent because there's disinformation, misinformation, and I think that it is definitely designed, our systems are designed for that information to not go out, for you to not understand that information. The best thing that we can do for this misinformation is to research it and to be able to flip the narrative. During the Trump administration, there was a lot of victim blaming. And, you know, as we saw with Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, Sandra Bland, I mean, all of these others, so many, that is just numerous to count, right? Because it happens every single day. It was focusing on how can we destroy the victim? How can we destroy the victim? And we truly just have to uplift those voices that are no longer with us anymore. As difficult as it really is every single day, every moment of the day. You know, my brother's anniversary is coming up. We cry all the time because of that love, of that laughter that is lost from us and that is taken. It's important for us to look at what type of community-based interventions can be integrated within these systems. And, you know, as we understand within the Black community, it is not just us who are raising our kids, it is, or just family members in general, it's the community. And so who could be like closest to the pain, right? And who can have that power. So the people who are closest to the pain, they need to have that power. And you all and we can have that power by start dismantling what's happening. No, it is not victim blaming. There is 13% of our population that are African American, that are Black American, and 53% is taken because of gun violence. That's very shocking because it is on a continuum. It happens by 109 people are taken every single day by gun violence, but half of those people are Black. And you don't know that is because of the institutionalized racism that is embedded within our systems and by our policymakers and lawmakers. So thank you so much for that.
We have one other question. How and who do we hold accountable in these types of situations?
Oh, wow. So who's that question by? I just want to thank them for that question. Is that Connie again?
Connie Davis, yes.
Okay, Connie, I think you and I are going to become friends. That's very difficult because I want to start back. I mean, there's so much information on this. Who do we hold accountable? We have to hold everybody accountable. I want to go back to a Supreme Court case. Particularly, there was a domestic violence event that occurred, and I believe that this was in Colorado too. And it was a Hispanic mother who was saying that, I fear for my life, I fear for my children's lives, and I have gotten a protection order, a restraining order against my husband to not come into the home, but he is continually to call me and harass me and saying that he is going to come over and to kill all of us. Well, the police didn't listen. There was a restraining order that was put forth. The judge promised that the mother and her kids would be okay if this restraining order was going to be enacted. And the criminal justice system did not live up to it. To the point where that mother and those kids were killed. And so her family had to, they felt accountable to make sure that not only was their story heard, but these laws and systems have to be changed. If you're going to say that you're going to protect us, which is what you're supposed to do as law enforcement, then you have to actually make good on that promise. And law enforcement didn't do that. So it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, actually, law enforcement is not accountable to you. They are not constitutionally responsible to protect you. You have to protect yourself. And at that time, what was the point? Because you have, which we know, law enforcement says we are here to protect you, right? It is our mission to serve and protect. And that's not actually what happened. That's not actually what happened. We had a home invasion here, and law enforcement actually treated us as if we were the criminals because we were Black. I live in a predominantly white rural community, and they thought that we were the criminals who broke into our home at 5 a.m. in the morning. And so not only do I live with my brother's compounded trauma, but I live with further compounded trauma by living in, the American Black skin, which is deemed as criminal. And so who is accountable? We're all accountable. We're accountable to our neighbors. We're accountable to our family. We're accountable to the system. And we're accountable to making sure that we disseminate the correct education. And so I will leave with that. And hopefully I've done you all some service today. And please feel free to contact me for further information.
Thank you so much, Dr. King. We truly appreciate you, and your story definitely hits home for a lot of us, including my family. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I also want to give everyone the code for this session was 1111. So you need to write that down if you want your CEUs. The code for the second session is 1111. And I'm going to hand it over to my partner in crime, Ms. Dr. Lachelle Pugh.
Thank you so much, Dawn. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, talking about the neighborhood that racism built, creating an ecosystem of wellness. It is Chad Stevens, Conservation Program Coordinator, Ready for 100 Cleveland, from the Sierra Club, Ohio. Welcome, Chad Stevens. Thank you.
Thank you for that kind introduction. So I would like to say that this has been a tremendous honor, and I really appreciate you all for having me on today. And I am actually going to attempt to share my screen if it will allow for me to. And of course, it's pulling up everything under the sun. But it gets to this presentation. present, and it does not want to present.
Yes, it can present in the right-hand corner where over here it
Thank
says
you.
share. There
Thank
you
you.
go.
Yeah, with the chat, the box was actually hiding everything. So of course, I'm always going through this. Again, my name is Chad Stevens, conservation program coordinator with Ready for 100 campaign for the state of Ohio. My assignment today is the neighborhood that racism built, creating a ecosystem of wellness. I'm going to cover these subjects, but I'm not going to go into the great detail because I am a fanatic about time. And I know that we may have started a little late and we had some very powerful presenters before me, so I will not take up too much airspace. So with that being said, I'm going to start out with one of my favorite songs, Village Ghetto Line. Would you like to go with me down the dead end street? Would you like to come with me to Village Ghetto Land? See the people lock their doors while robbers laugh and steal, beggars watch and eat their meals from garbage cans. Broken glass is everywhere and bloody scene. Killing plagues the citizens unless they own police. I want to stop right there. As you see this dead end street, what separates in Cleveland, Cleveland to Shaker and Shaker from Cleveland is a part of the historic redlining that we experience that we still experience in today's society. The effects that we are dealing with did not start with us, and if we continue to let certain powers that be have their way, it will not end with us either. So it's up to us to start changing the narrative and the dynamic on which we're standing. So just understanding a little bit of environmental injustice, that is the lack of fair treatment and meaningful involvement. I'm sure many of you all are avid readers, and this is not a new definition for you. What I really want to point out is that these laws and regulations and policies have been developed without us at the seat at the table, without our voices, and really without any regard to the concern of Black folks. Cleveland, many know Cleveland for the historic fire. You know, the city's been polluting since the 1800s, essentially since the founder of the city got here, there's been pollution. That seems to be the hallmark of colonialism, is that it brings pollution and plagues to places that were once clean and pristine. So the reason why I continue to bring up this slide and bring up the dirty history of Cleveland is because it took a Black man to be able to raise the awareness to get this to be a much more prominent fight in the United States. If it wasn't for our mayor, Carl Stokes at the time, the EPA would have never been created. The Environmental Protection Agency would not have been created, and we wouldn't have a Clean Water Act, and all of the other environmental protections that have been created since. But this was a catalyst. Seeing the river catching on fire was a catalyst for a lot of the safety precautions that, unfortunately, don't really involve us. So, redlining to ecosystems of health disparities. This is a picture actually in LA or in California rather. This is a common thread throughout the entire United States. We have these ecosystems that were created for workers, for factories, for profit, and not for the well-being of a person. The entire the system has been created just for these types of ecosystems to start to develop. In Cleveland, we have our closest neighborhoods to the factories have some of the higher health effects or disparities, because again, it was created for a profit-driven society versus a health-focused and healthy society. So, and you also see that a lot of these places are dealing, again, going back to the redlining. You'll find that a lot of these neighborhoods, if they weren't redlined at one point, they are redlined at another. So I'm thinking of places like Slavic Village. Slavic Village was able to withstand redlining to a certain point. And that's, I will go deeper into those, but again, I'm looking to be more respectful of time. So here is a very blurry map now that's blown up of Cleveland's redlined neighborhoods starting in the 30s. And you'll see, and I don't know if you can actually see my cursor or not, but it runs, you know, in mostly in the Black neighborhoods. For those that are unfamiliar with Cleveland, East Side is has the majority of Black folks living in it, but you have some Black folks that live on the West Side as well, even to this day. So here is a, if you can remember the previous slide, this is a map of a tree canopy. Trees, in my humble opinion, can often dictate how healthy a neighborhood actually is. As you can see, the same East Side neighborhoods have lower tree canopy, and highly populated Black neighborhoods have the lower tree canopy versus a lot of your further West Side neighborhoods. And unfortunately, I do not have my the Cuyahoga County tree canopy map on here. And you can also see which neighborhoods have a higher index for the urban heat island effect. So with the lack of trees, again, Black folks are dealing with the stresses of what comes with this disparity. And this one is completely out of portion, but it will be, I will share these slides with you all so you can see this in a better light. But this actually goes with the asthma rates, the diabetes rates, and high blood pressure. Again, all of which are more densely populated on the east side of Cleveland. So my forte is in energy. And Cleveland has a history of energy and pollution. If you haven't heard these statistics already, you're going to hear them again. So lead, we have 10.7% of Cuyahoga children have higher elevated levels of lead because of the housing stock. The air quality, which is the 9th worst in the country, and because because Cleveland Public Power and who they get their energy from, and because of First Energy, and it's especially because of its dealings within the past 2 years with the HB6 scandal. Our energy is mostly dirty. It comes from dirty sources. Despite what is said, I will continue to say this. The truth of the matter when it comes to nuclear energy does not produce any harmful emissions, but it does produce nuclear waste. So it's still a dirty energy. No matter how First Energy and its cronies and other nuclear pro advocates may say, we can't get rid of nuclear waste. And trying to haul out mountains and ship containers of nuclear waste across the country is not going to help solve the problem of nuclear waste. But we also have a lot of fracked gas, which in Cleveland is not as much, although Case Western Reserve and a few others are looking to put a fracking pad in downtown Cleveland, which is still a major concern. It hasn't moved yet, but they're still looking to make that a reality, which rest assured, I'm going to do my best, and I hope that you can join me in making sure that doesn't happen. If you want to learn more about fracked gas, myself and one of my colleagues that is very well versed in the fracking of unnatural gas can share. So here are the few facts from the American Lung Association dealing with air quality. The reason why that number is very important because it affects African Americans. It affects Black folks the most. And it is very important that we understand that as long as we have poor air quality, and a lot of it in Cleveland nowadays, because we no longer have the coal-fired power plant off of the lakeshore, is coming from tailpipes. And if we're not getting it from tailpipes, as Dr. Hall will probably explain that on another day, we're getting it from the cigarettes and the and everything else that the things that we're smoking within our homes. So, but I wanted to leave this up for a second because a lot of folks need to read. I know it's a lot of information. It's far more words than I usually put on the slide, but I want to give you an opportunity to read this for yourselves. And feel free to look up the information. It's very good. So again, why 100% clean energy? That's my bigger focus in a lot of the fight that I do with around climate change. It means that for everyone that we have opportunity to have cleaner air and water. We want to reduce people's exposure to lead and other toxins and have a more robust economy. The campaign, Cleveland committed to 100% clean energy, but they've really yet to explain how they're going to get there. And a lot of cities are trying to figure it out, but they need to understand from a health aspect on why it's important for them to have a sense of urgency to get to clean energy and why it's important to have cleaner air. Our current president is looking to have a more sustainable future, and he's putting a lot of money towards the transportation sector for electric vehicles. That's great, But until those prices are, and they are falling, and you can get a very economical electric vehicle, a used electric vehicle, but they're still not accessible to a lot of us. You can go into any car dealership in the city right now, and they will try to talk you out of getting an electric vehicle unless you go to the Tesla dealership, because that's all they have. But as long as we're facing a lot of different fights on many different fronts. So my encouragement today is that you'll figure out how you can get more involved. And again, to the slide that I opened up on, the systemic change that's required for climate change. Tons of typos, but it starts with you. You are the biggest factor. You start to have conversations with your family and friends in your own home. That leads to having conversations with your neighbors. Those conversations with your neighbors start to lead into having bigger conversations with your community. And your community can have those same type of conversations and start pushing your city to do what's necessary. I'm focused on the city because I've lost all hope in our state that they're going to do the right thing, especially as they're gerrymandered to fight against us. And with that being said, I'm also hoping that our cities can start to push our federal government a whole lot stronger to get to the overall climate change and the fight for climate change that we need. So you can get involved. Here are some ways that you can get involved right now. And of course, I'm always going to push the Sierra Club. You know, I do work for them, but I'm also going to push for more people to get involved locally. The AddUp campaign is a great way. And if you want to have a conversation, here's how I can be contacted. And I look forward to any questions that you may have. And I hope I didn't go too far over time, but if I have, I just would like to say, you know, just end with Stevie Wonder once again. Now, some folks say that we should be happy, glad for what we have. Tell me, would you be happy in Village Ghetto Land? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, you do have time for questions. If anyone has questions for Mr. Stevens, please feel free to put them in the chat. Or you can put them in the Q&A. Let's see.
One of the things that was stated is that in order to clean the city starts with getting rid of these old abandoned homes and adding green space. Is that something that you are in support of, or would that be helping the cause? How would that impact?
So that is actually a great question. And yes, I'm actually in support of getting rid of a lot of homes. But I'm also very in support of getting a lot of these older abandoned homes that are causing blight once they're gone, cause what's known as vertical blight or horizontal blight, pardon me. Which unfortunately with the city of Cleveland, we're dealing with with the planning department that their favorite mantra and quote is every empty or every vacant lot is going to have a home on it again. As long as they're thinking that every vacant lot in the city is going to have a home on it again, we don't have the opportunity to expand to solar panels or like in Huff, there's acres of vacant lots. And there's a group that's looking to put up a 9-acre solar farm in Huff. This is direct. That's the type of project that we want to support on these vacant lots. However, the city is fighting them tooth and nail for those because they want homes. They want people to buy $300,000 and $400,000 homes on those lots instead of helping to shift to what is actually needed, which is the clean energy future. And that is, we can't do that if we have a ton of blighted homes and a ton of empty lots that will, quite frankly, in my opinion, will never actually have as many homes as they think it will.
Give me a few seconds. I'm going through the chat. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anybody.
No worries. No worries. I understand. I'm not going to be the person with a ton of questions in this particular on this panel, but as you're going through, I do see a question in the chat. How would you envision climate justice corps developing? I would actually, I've envisioned this in a multitude of ways. One of the visions are working with CDCs. When I did work with Cleveland Neighborhood Progress, we did have a version of that where each CDC had a dedicated few group that will go out and try to help educate the community and try to get projects off the ground in each of the CDC territory. And for those that are unfamiliar, I'm using jargon, Community Development Corporation. But I also have a vision where it actually works out of the plethora of churches and faith-based centers that we have, where, you know, I'm a unashamed Christian, but I do feel that no matter what your faith is, that we all have a responsibility for protecting the earth and tending to, you know, from the Christian, from my theology, tending to the garden. And it is important that we figure out how we can work together to take care of the neighborhoods. And the reason why I really focused more on the churches than the CDCs is because we have far more churches that can do a lot more greater work, especially on the east side of Cleveland, and helping to work with each community individually to really do more.
One of the other questions is, do you think teaching clean energy in the future should start in K through 12 education with technology?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If we can't teach kids about clean energy, and let me take this back. I personally was raised as a Captain Planet kid. I grew up during that time frame of that show. That impacted me greatly to the point where I can't stand to see somebody litter. But teaching and using technology is necessary. Sierra Club has a 100% clean school districts program where we would love to have school districts, every school have solar panels on it, where it shows the kids on where their energy for that school is coming from. In many communities, especially in more rural communities, your schools happen to be not just the place for education, but also where town meetings happen, where shelters are. But where's the energy coming from? And the same with if we take it back to Cleveland, where's that energy really coming from, and how is it impacting children? if you can't cheat, if they can see it on their school roof, then they're going to ask, why isn't it on my roof? Why don't we have access to this? And you know, just those type of things.
All right, I think I have one more. I'm trying to multitask here. Give me 1 second.
I understand.
What steps do you take to engage legislators to care about issues in urban settings?
Well, the best way to have legislators care about issues in urban settings will be to, one, get rid of gerrymandering. As long as they don't think a vote will come from them from a urban setting, they will not care about the urban setting. Second is to organize where they are, to help educate. And education comes from multiple fronts. So I'm one voice, and I represent, when I used to do that type of organizing, I will represent the Sierra Club, so 25,000+ members in the state, of which I hope that you will become a member, by the way. Shameless plug. But it is that weight. So having letters from our members, having phone calls from our members, and from our supporters is a great way to help a legislator start to understand, like, wait a second, we need to start paying attention to what this is. Letters to the editor for politicians can be a great thing and can be a very bad thing. But when their name is called out in a letter to the editor, especially if they're unaware of a particular topic, they will start to learn more about it. I can't speak about the current mayor's race, but there's particular candidates that have learned a lot because they were called out about things that they've done in the past regarding energy and how it affects Black people. But have they learned from it? I can't say that they have, but I'm hoping that they are learning more about it.
So the other one is, are redlining maps being used as a roadmap for client justice?
In many
Climate, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I got you. In many cases, yes, they are. Because you can see where the health disparities, you can overlay those redlining maps with a lot of different parts of climate injustice as we seek climate justice. Unfortunately, it is a very good structure to be able to see how we can start to eradicate many things that are happening with climate injustice. But it's a sad state of affairs when you've seen, like I showed in the slide, from 1930s redlining map, and to see that so much hasn't actually changed over this time period. But it just gives more emphasis to why we need to continue our fight, and why we need to continue to come at this from multitude of angles. And without health being one of the driving forces, then we're going to be drastically left behind again.
I don't see any further questions. Lachelle, do you see any?
No.
No? Okay.
Did you answer the question about schools for clean energy? Program for schools for clean energy?
I don't believe I did, but what was it? Just
someone asked, can you propose a program for schools for clean energy?
Oh, certainly. So again, the Sierra Club has a program for 100% clean schools. And I can put that in the chat in a little bit. But the main focus, if you want to start to get a school to 100% clean energy, um, start with the PTA. And the PTA has a strong voice. And I'm actually shocked at how many schools don't have a active PTA, especially in Cleveland. Um, so that is a great start in getting them to start raising that issue with other schools to eventually get the entire district. Um, so, and schools actually have a lot of money to be able to put towards having solar panels to save money for the schools. Those refrigerators are running 24 hours a day, and we don't want our the prayerfully the school building, especially in the newer ones. And I'll use JFK. JFK has a brand new building overall for miles, and not once did they think about using geothermal for heating the school or putting solar panels on that school. Not because they couldn't, but because they didn't have the PTA and the alumni to ask for it. And unfortunately, I wasn't around when they were planning. I was living in a different state at the time when they were doing in the planning for that school. But again, there's still opportunity, especially in the newer schools that are more energy efficient than a lot of our older school buildings. You know, I'm a graduate of Cleveland School of the Arts. We have a brand new building, and they completely cut out all of the input from the alumni on how that building should have been built. It doesn't even have an auditorium, and it's a performing arts school. But with that being said, it takes a large effort to be able to get there. And it can be done. And feel free to reach out to me if you would like to go through a different strategy on how to get there.
Chad, I just want to say thank you for joining us today at the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, being one of our speakers and a part of the panel. We truly appreciate you and all you're doing for the city of Cleveland and to make sure that all African Americans have clean air. And we appreciate that. So thank you so much. And we will continue to forge forward in this, working together as a team to do what's best for our community. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Lachelle, I'm turning it over to you.
Okay, thank you. And right now, we will have Reverend Dr. Zachary Williams. He is the Policy Director for the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, and his topic is Fight the Power, Policy and the Impact on People.
Thank you, Dr. Pugh. I want to thank distinguished colleagues, Dr. Pugh, and also Dawn Pullen, and also our Executive Director, Ivanka Hall, for all the hard work in putting this conference together. I want to thank all the wonderful presenters who presented thus far and those who are yet to present, and everyone who's in attendance and participating through Q&A and also comments. So I want to share my screen to begin with, and then we'll get going, and I'll get out of the way so we can continue on. Let's see. Okay. The title of the presentation is How the presentation is fight the power, policy, and the impact on people. And this is a major presentation that looks at four particular foci areas: the importance of local, state, and federal policymaking and improving the lives of African Americans, how people must be at the center of defining what policy should look like and what form it should take to advance equity, and how cultural issues have been used to craft policies that have helped and hindered African American advancement. And then a look at briefly how policy impacts community, both through policy and practice, and leave time for Q&A. First, I just want to also just highlight the work that we have with regard to our African American Policy Committee, which is a policy arm of the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, where we meet monthly to try to work out in coalition these particular issues. And so these are some of the major areas that we are focused on. Let's see. Okay. Our goal is to influence and change policies related to Black health, and we convene a number of stakeholders around issues of inequity as relates to eradicating systemic health disparities from a social justice standpoint. What it requires oftentimes is for us to really look at what policy means, and that's part of what we want to get into in this conversation that others have before this presentation have looked at and analyzed in terms of how we conceptualize and talk about and discuss what policy is and what a policy framework and universe from our perspective should be. Really, I think African American history helps to form what this can and is and should be, and oftentimes how it has been from our understanding, from our perspective in communities of color, particularly African Americans. And our history has dotted its landscape with examples and voices and events and movements that have worked very hard to enter into this conversation, which also center around other conversations around citizenship, equal rights, justice, equality, and equity. I think part of the issue, both in history and currently, is the question of how do we look at public policy issue of anti-racism, or even people who are policymakers and actors, but oftentimes are not invited to the table and not seen as vital and as important as they are by those who are designed and designated as the arbiters of policy, oftentimes at the local, state, federal level, those who hold formal office. But policy can be both formal and informal, and I want to get into some of that conversation, particularly policy that's created at the cultural level. And what initiates policy is and should be as much of a concern and consideration as what becomes written into law or initiative or becomes developed through sort of the written word. There are many ways in which we influence and shape policy conversations. But we want to talk about how we can be more central throughout the process. It raises the question of, is public policy colorblind or color conscious? And even in its colorblindness or color consciousness, how does it see people who are the actors of that or the centerpieces of that? Because as I'm also wanting to offer, taking a lot of ideas from the work of scholars like Dr. Manning Marable, who in his work Living Black History really admonishes us to reimagine the American present and future based on looking at the past that centers African Americans. Personal is the center of the policy and the political. But also too, we want to lift the idea, as Robert Lieberman suggests in Shaping Racial Policy, where it looks at the United States in comparison to Germany, Great Britain, I believe France, in shaping what he calls race policy. It's more than just redlining, and even redlining itself is intimately interconnected with other areas of justice, such as environmental justice, Brother Chad spoke about, public health issues, Dr. Jones, and also Dr. King as well, who spoke about issues of safety and security as well. But how do we look at it in the way in which local, state, and federal policy connects from a bottom-up perspective? And previously, from a formal standpoint, you look at the politics of policy, and that in many ways helps us even understand how the color of law, Richard Rothstein's important work, gives us a better understanding of historically how modern institutions and programs, initiatives, and practices have historical roots and have been allowed to grow and fester, but oftentimes have rendered dreams deferred rather than dreams and wishes granted. But the more important element I think we really should look at is the politics of policy, which is the more problematic stumbling block for why we don't actually achieve what's in our hearts and minds, and what we believe is possible. Since they say all politics is local, since they say that politics is the art of the possible. So if it's the art of the possible, we maybe need to be less scientific and give more room for an artful understanding of what we can make. There are many groups and individuals and organizations and initiatives on the ground level who have been working to do this. And these times we see an effort where it's making more headway, but they've always been knocking at the door and asking to enter into the gates. And so hopefully now what's happening in these moments in our country, we're more readily accepted into the mainstream. But it talks about the intersection of history, politics, and policy. But previously, only certain groups are the ones who are seen as voices who have legitimacy. But there are many community advocacy organizations and individuals on the ground level in communities, as has been mentioned, who are central, who oftentimes should be at the forefront of deciding major policies based on their experience and their interaction with people who have lived experience. Again, I want to go back to the personal as a policy and why people must be at the center of policymaking, because it takes a lot. It takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a lot for people who make policy every day, but oftentimes induced with way too much propaganda. And what that renders us is fatigue and also pain. And it oftentimes takes its toll, and in many ways can find itself rendered even to lack of voting or even a distrust in the system. And so hopefully, if we're centered more, our voices in the community, then oftentimes it makes the whole policy process go much better. There are a lot of other initiatives and efforts like the Kerner Commission, which still are left yet to be resolved, which still provide models whereby we can use today to help bring about a truly equitable society, full employment, and a resolution to longstanding issues and matters. As it relates to the whole question of fighting the power, I just want to lift that culture as a centerpiece of policy, and it should precede our understanding of the legislative process and the policy agenda. And if you look at a number of different arenas, I think that it's important to see that culture is oftentimes the sort of hidden hand of the policy presidency that oftentimes influences, drives, evaluates, pushes, but it can definitely be much more overt and much more central in terms of its focus and it being featured. Because when you talk about the New Deal, when you talk about the Great Society, the war on poverty, segregationist policies in the federal government, war on crime, Kerner Commission, war on drugs, even moving towards a truth commission, without policy, you don't have any of these things happening. Because even oftentimes when people are advertising for or against, they oftentimes are advertising for or against the policies from a cultural standpoint. And I'll get into that a little bit at the end when I want to lift the points of a very important scholar who's oftentimes not as much acknowledged, who can also provide more insight into how we move forward. But if you see any of these local, state, federal policymaking initiatives, ask yourself where culture is in that at any end of the spectrum. And I think that that will give us a good idea as to what's really the engine, the fuel that's driving the engine. But it does raise the question in terms of names and language and terminology. Do we really understand what language is being used, and does it apply to every person, every situation in any given example? Or do we need to be more particular and specific about who, what, when, where, and why, and how, as we talk about why policy should matter when we're trying to make a more equitable society. But also too, policy has an impact on the next generation. But policy is also performative. And I think that these two works by brilliant scholars, Amy Meredith Clark and David Harding, give an indication of the sort of policy brilliance, even from a personhood standpoint of young men and women who are trying to just get by, in the words of Talib Kweli, and just trying to make it and survive, them and their families. But they have value and worth that can inform each of us as on any level. We try to deliberate how to make society better, how to make laws more equitable, and even how to give more breadth and when to those initiatives and those documents and founding ideals that undergird our democracy. But policy also has an impact at various levels of society. There's a policy impact on the community, both in housing. Of course, these debates over gentrification and the many different angles of that are important to consider. And so it's important to see, again, where does culture factor into this conversation, how language plays a role, and who's able to participate in the debate. We talked about on a local level. In Cleveland, they're getting a public comment period. And without the ability to be able to voice and articulate your position, your perspective, and your experience, you do one of two things: either disconnect yourself, self-exile yourself, or you will oftentimes find a more creative way to participate. But it's much more beneficial for a democratic society to allow full and equitable and complete participation, because that's what a society is based upon. Just as an economy is based upon consumer participation, democracy is also based upon public participation at the highest levels possible. But also too, policy impact on the community also involves policy racial wealth gap remedies. And actually what this featured before was an image of Dr. Sandy J. Darity, who he and his partner have developed a new book that talks about the need for reparations on a long historical arc to achieve wealth gap parity. And so it's one example of how the community in many ways can have an impact on policy as it is centered in these conversations that oftentimes we have believed are impossible for us to address. Oh, there he is. And also too, the work of Derek Hamilton, who used to be over the Colorline Institute, now is at the New School, provides a lot of insight. In addition to him, you have Senator Cory Booker, who's talked about baby bonds, and other scholars Senator Elizabeth Warren, who's talked about eliminating student loans, which would do a lot in that. And if we want to get a sense of what's possible in terms of the art of it, let's see what the community thinks. And not rely on polling that doesn't oftentimes take into consideration communities who don't trust its metric or the merits of its metric, because it oftentimes has not factored their voices in as equitably as possible. There are a lot of scholars, there are a lot of community advocates, there are a lot of everyday people who demonstrate that these things that some believe used to be impossible really are possible. And so how do we make the possible possible and dream a new world for all Americans? But also on the issue of policing, of course, we've been talking about that in the city of Cleveland. There's this whole debate now around how the stimulus from the American Rescue Plan will be used. The people should have a major say-so in that. They shouldn't just get crumbs or a fourth of the slice of the pie, particularly when their needs drive not only the local economy, but also are central to the goods and services as much as that of police and making things go and flow so people can stay in the know in Cleveland and elsewhere. And that's no slight on the police, it's just that we need an equitable share. And so people should have a major role in what type of policing plan they have. And so what we want to do also too is to reshape this whole debate about policing. And I'll give an example, rather than just defund or not, it's kind of what they are doing in Congress as it relates to canceling student loan. I think personally, all student loans will be canceled, certainly would help people of color, African Americans, and others all across this country. But the Senate just passed an initiative to try to provide a constructive solution to that, to make it easier for individuals to get their student loans eliminated or through bankruptcy. Well, maybe there's a middle ground, a common ground for policing that doesn't allow upwards of 3/4 of budget allocation to go to policing and little or nothing to go to the community, if we can dream a new world. But also in terms of labor and the economy. And I wish I could talk more about that, but certainly we could discuss that in the chat or continue that conversation going forward. But African Americans and others have been central to work and labor in the United States, and particularly central to labor unions as we've been allowed to participate. Around the Civil Rights Movement era, people realized that they could not win without also dealing with the issue of race. And particularly as you talk about the issue of labor unions in the South, certainly this issue is even more pertinent because oftentimes Southern politics that goes back to its deep roots in slavery, as a number of political scientists articulated, have worked assiduously to keep labor unions out of the South, but African Americans and others have played major roles in trying to keep that effort and fight going. And we see that happening now around issues of Fight for 15, and also Amazon workers trying to get a labor union with that business entity. But also in education, there's so much we can talk about with that. In healthcare, which Dr. Jones has brilliantly demonstrated over the course of her career and also talked about with regard to her presentation, and other scholars have as well. I want to begin by and end here, just raising the work of Nick Bromell, which very quickly helps us to think about, in addition to the work of other scholars, what can be possible. And we want to chart toward a futuristic African-American policy future, which also will be good for America, going back to the work of Dr. Marable. But Dr. Bromell says the time is now, Black thought and the transformation of US democracy. And he argues that there are challenges facing American politics, the need for a believable public policy. They say you can't necessarily trust politicians or public servants or people because there's always personal interest that's involved, and personal interests that involved. Sometimes the purity of our values go out the window, but maybe there's another way that we can advance this. And it really helps us to look at what he calls insights from Black perspectives on American democracy. He says 4 things. 1, African-American perspectives are missing and have been missing. 2, varieties of democratic thought are needed and are provided by the African-American experience. Everybody who has a PhD and those who have no D. And he said there's a need for a new public philosophy from the bottom up, things that Fannie Lou Hamer and others have been calling for a long time. He said the politics and the policy for the marginalized, overlooked, and disrespected are needed to be centered because they have the keenest understanding of what our democracy is and should be. And he says that this is an antidote to our current toxicity in our politics now that oftentimes blocks, whether it's through local, state, federal obstruction, whether it's in Texas with regard to the Voting Rights Act, whether it's state houses who are passing laws and initiatives that are making it difficult for common sense solutions to be provided, whether it's on gun reform, gun control, or whether it's regard to minimum wage, or you pick the issue. And he's saying that Black political thought offers powerful ideas on the most pressing issues facing U.S. politics and governance today. And among these are this notion of the angry politics that we see that was behind the January 6th insurrection and the other militia movements happening. He also talks about it being the loss of community, which is highlighted through these culture wars. But he says, really, this is about dignity. But he also says this is about the issue of America in the world, where there's a need to balance identity and obligations. But what we should draw upon is this global Black diaspora community world house understanding of Black worldliness and Black worthiness. He said this is a better way to have global exportation of US culture as opposed to the myth of American exceptionalism, which is more oftentimes myth and fable than fact, but it's oftentimes the rough edges that make us more human and make us more palpable for possibility than the sort of lack of understanding of those matters. And then lastly, there's a need to reconcile faith and pluralism. He said there's a presence of religious fundamentalism that oftentimes has been both harmful and detrimental and helpful. How can deeply held beliefs enter policy base without undermining democratic pluralism? He said Black folk have unique angles of vision that can help us only if we embrace their unique and different possibilities that we can project and propose. And then this leads us to the issue of restorative justice, reparations. There's a lot of different work that talks about ways forward for this. And with that, leave it to questions and comments, and thank you for your time.
Okay, Dr. Williams, I do see a question. Dr. Nicole Calhoun is asking if you would be able to supply a bibliography of your resources for further research purposes.
Yes, I'll leave my name in the chat and email, and we can correspond with regard to that. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments for Dr. Williams?
Dr. Williams, are you going to discuss the policy committee that we have at the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition and invite them to be a part of that?
Oh, thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Lachelle, Dr. Pugh. We meet every second Monday from 2 to 3 Eastern Standard Time, and everyone is welcome. I see some on the call who are already members, and if there are others who are interested, please leave your name and email address in the chat, and we'll make sure to reach out to you, and we welcome everyone to participate. Thank you.
Someone wanted to know, what are the projects that the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition Policy Committee are working on currently?
Two major initiatives. One, to rid menthol and other flavored cigarette products out of the city of Cleveland. And we're developing, along with the Center for Black Health Equity and Equity, a education campaign toward that end. And that's currently what we're talking about now. And the end goal is to encourage and persuade and propose upon city council to adopt local legislation toward that end, as has been done in cities like Washington, D.C. and other cities around the country. The other effort we have with UCAN Ohio is an anti-racism initiative where we're trying to eliminate anti-racism out of the hospital setting, particularly through experiences of people who have experienced anti-racism. And so we're collecting stories via our website, actually our Facebook site, and also convening and meeting to talk about ways we can bring the hospitals together in the city of Cleveland, along with the residents and members of the committee to devise ways, constructive material ways of moving forward. So those are two of our major initiatives that we're working on at the moment.
Zach, do you want to give them some information about the budget that that the Northeast Ohio came up with the policy committee about how the money should be spent in Cleveland?
Yes, thank you. We developed collectively an African American Rescue Plan in response to the American Rescue Plan that has been allotted to the city of Cleveland, as a number of other cities, as to how the resources should be spent. And so we have a number of different initiatives ranging from healthcare, which highlights matters like the hospital setting, but also to end the digital divide, and also in terms of housing issues and matters, housing related issues and matters, but also labor and the economy, and also education. So we proposed a number of those ways in which the money can be spent, and we're in conversation now regarding that, and we're planning to meet with members of council in order to continue to devise ways forward. But out of the 500, I believe, some odd billion, $81 billion, $511 billion, we are proposing that more of that be allocated toward those 5 top priorities that we've worked upon developing. And so we are happy to share that with you. We can make that accessible, and have already communicated with the media locally and regionally about that. And so we hope to continue to do that and continue to drive that those points home as the wishes of the community, and have their voices centered in terms of how the money is allocated. Thank you.
Okay, looks like there aren't any other questions for Dr. Williams. Dr. Williams, you're still presenting. Looks like there aren't any other questions for Dr. Williams. I see some of you have put your email in the chat. I will be collecting those emails and make sure that we are able to respond and get you the, connect you in the ways that you've requested to be connected. At this point, we are going to take a break, and we will be back at 12:45. Before we go to break, let me tell you that I have put some couple of surveys in the chat, and so they will be there for you to participate and help us collect information for some of our initiatives. And in the event that you log out and log back in, I will make sure I put them in the chat again after we come back for lunch. From lunch, we will have Jackie Abram speaking to us at 12:45.
I also want to make sure that they get the code so they don't be looking for me.
Yes, the code. You need the code for Dr. Williams.
Dr. Williams' code is 0117. 0117. And I know there were a couple of people who had some questions that they wanted to ask Dr. Jones. I don't know if Dr. Jones is still on. I think
she's not.
She's not, okay. So we will make sure that those questions get answered.
Anybody that has questions for Dr. Jones, you can put it in the chat, and we will make sure she receives those questions.
So we will be back here in 30 minutes. So it looks like around 12:45, we'll be going live.
All right, thank you. See you at 12:45.
Hey, Zach, I think your screen is still on. Do y'all want to meet in our other thing real quick, or y'all just want to go take a break and then come back?
Whew. Hey, Ivanka.
Too much to do.
Okay. Zach, are you on right now, or did you step away?
I'm still here.
Okay. So, I don't know, that beeping when you're on mic, might want to check your smoke detectors,
Okay.
because when I hear that noise in my house, it's the smoke detector when the battery needs to be replaced.
Yeah.
So yeah, just check that. Are you on, Ivanka? Oh, sure.
And of course, this is due to decades and decades of redlining and other extremely racist rules and laws that still govern the landscape of the US and other countries. And where you live determines the resources of your neighborhood, the type of stressors your community might face, structural factors, determines whether you have a hospital, a grocery store, a school nearby, the levels of environmental hazards you may face, kind of determines a lot of different things in life. And of course, this could lead to community stress, and it could lead to individual stress, or it does, I should say. I'll be focusing a lot on environmental hazards and pollutant specification, and that also has, due to racism, can lead to health disparity in populations and communities of color. So in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, communities of color have been hit much harder in the US, and the science behind it is very clear. This is not due to race, but due to racism. So here's a couple of scientific papers and articles stating that. This is from a scientific journal. This is from a Harvard publication. This is from Nature, another prominent journal. Notice people of color are also advocating for this in the scientific community. And again, this is from STAT, a medical newspaper. So when we talk about systemic racism, of course, you know, I could mention a lot of different things here, but I'll just focus in on two, which are racism in the medical community and hospital and healthcare, and then environmental racism and the movement to combat environmental racism, which is called environmental justice. So for medical racism, again, this is going to feel like very similar to your lived experience for a lot of people on this call, but it's very much an ongoing problem. The distrust in medical researchers and communities of color, especially African American communities, is I need to emphasize our rational response to a long history of medical abuse. People of color in the US continue to experience more illness, worse outcomes, and die younger compared to white individuals. And there's no reason for this. It's kind of coming back to systems of inequity that are kind of built in to how the US operates. The most prominent health example tends to be with pregnancy. So African American women and Indigenous women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die, mind you, from pregnancy-related causes than white women. And this is even controlling for income. So even if you happen to be a well-off, economically well-off African American woman, your chances of death are higher during, giving birth and other types of pregnancy-related issues than a person who might be poor and white. During the pandemic, probably one of the most prominent examples of this.
Ivanka? Dawn? There's no sound. We can't hear the presentation.
For COVID-19. It wasn't available in the beginning of the pandemic, and activists and scientists and other community members had to fight for that data. And that data was able to determine that there was major disparities going on, and allowed us to figure out ways to try to combat those disparities. And of course, police violence's effect on health, which of course is a prominent feature more in communities of color, especially African American and Latino communities. So the act establishes within the CDC certain science institutions that can look at these issues and provide a scientific perspective on it. So the idea, a Center for Anti-Racism and a law enforcement violence prevention program are the two asks of this particular Senate bill. So again, it's another two things to kind of try to advocate for to your local congressperson. So environmental justice. So this is an area that a lot of my work kind of looks at details. I'll start the introduction with Dr. Robert Bullard. He's considered the father of environmental justice. He's brought these issues up, since the 1970s and 1980s. He's both an activist and a scientist. As he's defined it, it's the principle that all people are entitled to equal environmental protection regardless of their race, color, or national origin. It's the right to live and work and play in a clean environment. And he notes that the current situation is not equal. It's never been equal. Some people are more equal than others. In the US, if you're poor, working class, or community color, you get less protection and less enforcement of pollution laws. And this isn't just a slang term for people, it's real. If a community is located on the wrong side of the tracks, it's going to get a larger amount of pollution. So this environmental justice movement has been a prominent feature for 40 years and continues to be because communities of color do get a larger amount of pollution than white communities and richer communities. So one research that we've done is looking at a community in Houston, which is mainly a Latino community, but Black community of color. And well, this is a kind of a quote from one of the individuals describing their situation. The air is not healthy for our kids. They cough, they show symptoms like allergies, but I know that's not the real problem. I know there's something in the air, I can smell it. No mom should fear the air for care.
Good afternoon. Welcome everyone back from our break. Want to move forward and introduce our last speaker for today, Ms. Jackie Abram, author and anti-racist consultant, who will be speaking on the subject Hush Money, how one woman proved systemic racism in her workplace and kept her job. Welcome, Ms. Abram.
Thank you so much. I am honored and delighted to be here. And I just want to thank you for that introduction, and also thank Ivanka Hall and the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition for reaching out to me today to speak. So before we get started, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. Before I began my journey as an anti-racism consultant, I earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration and Management, and had a lucrative career in higher education that I was very good at and that I enjoyed. It was a career that paid me enough money to not only provide for my family, which as a single mother of two was very important, but to also pay my bills. It was a career that by any measure should have been a successful career, but it wasn't. Because throughout my career, which spanned nearly 2 decades, I became a victim of racism in the workplace, and not the kind of racism you typically see reflected in movies, TV shows, and books about racism that occurred decades ago, during a time when it was more overt and easily spotted. The racism that I experienced was a little different. It was more covert, it was hidden, and it was much harder to prove. And so as I was building my career and working in an environment that was horrific, to say the least, I suffered a lot of racial trauma that to this day, I have not fully recovered from, as my career was repeatedly derailed and I was forced to start over again and again. I was 52 years old the last time my career was derailed, and so traumatized by my experiences that it nearly destroyed me. But last year, when both my girls, who were now all grown up with families and careers of their own, began suffering the same fate, I realized that God had a different plan for me. And after listening to similar gut-wrenching stories about racism in the workplace from others in our community, with jobs from the lowest on the totem pole to the highest, I pulled myself out of corporate America, co-authored a book inspired by true events, and began selling that book from the trunk of my car about 4 months ago to add my voice to the conversations about systemic racism that began occurring after the world witnessed the brutal killing of George Floyd by police. My book is called Hush Money, how one woman proved systemic racism in her workplace and kept her job. Hush Money tells a powerful story of David against a modern day corporate Goliath with a woman named Ebony, a single mother who was going through a divorce, living in poverty with her sick mother, and more than anything, just wanting a chance to live the American dream that for her was just a fantasy. But finally, after years of working dead-end jobs, she got a call from a woman at the temp agency she had signed up with just 2 weeks earlier. Dave Run Career Institute needs a secretary, the woman said. It's a temp position that pays $16 an hour. Are you interested? Heck yeah, that's a lot of moolah, Ebony thought to herself before calmly verbalizing her interest. And that's where her story begins, with the call that changed her life in the best way and also the worst way. The call that began her 6-figure career in higher education and her descent into racism hell. So she began her temp assignment at the main campus of this well-known college, and things were great in the beginning. She impressed her boss, the chancellor, Dr. Hall, with the computer skills she learned at a safe house for abused women, and 2 months later, he bought out her contract with the temp agency and hired her permanently as the senior secretary of the college at $40,000 a year, which was the most she'd ever made. Ebony loved her job and her boss, and she continued to be hopeful that she would work there for many years to come. But her hope soon turned to horror after Dr. Hall resigned unexpectedly, and Ebony found herself reporting to Miss Kelly, the new chancellor. During her first year of employment, Ebony suffered as Miss Kelly tried to break her. Like she was a wild horse, she was determined and eager to tame. She humiliated her in meetings, nicknamed her Agony, and degraded and dehumanized her with threats and fear. She also took away the computer duties that Ebony was good at and that she enjoyed, reduced her job to getting her coffee, and introduced her to visitors as her good-for-nothing secretary. Ebony wanted to resign to keep her sanity, but she couldn't afford to as a single mom with a sick mother. And so after researching discrimination on the EEOC's website and coming to the conclusion that Miss Kelly's harassment wasn't illegal because it wasn't based on any protected class, she continued reporting to Miss Kelly and suffering in silence for 11 long months, until the day Miss Kelly demoted her during her second year of employment, decreased her salary to $37,000 a year, and transferred her to the student finance office, where she was the only Black employee. But Ebony was very smart, and so she was able to learn her job and perform it very well, so well, in fact, that she became a favorite among students. But when Miss Kelly took notice of the fact that students were flocking to her, Miss Kelly decided to capitalize on it and use her Blackness as a marketing tool to increase minority enrollments. But Ebony also suffered further abuse at the hands of her new boss, Malcolm Webb, who was the assistant director of student finance, who asked her how she learned to speak so articulately, then excluded her from lunch gatherings, offered snacks to everyone but her, excluded her from team meetings, and required her to constantly work the late shift while everyone else went home on time. And after Ebony followed company policy and reported his discrimination to HR, The situation didn't improve. It actually made the situation go from bad to worse because Malcolm retaliated against her. He reviewed her completed work and riddled it with errors, making it appear that she was incompetent and putting her job at risk. He verbally abused her in front of her coworkers, and in private, he called her darky constantly, while he continued to make her work more late shifts than anyone else. And since he knew that her sister Gabrielle was also now a student at Daybron, he tampered with Gabrielle's financial aid, which caused a delay in the additional student loan fund she had borrowed to help her mom catch up on her car payments, which delayed the stipend check Gabrielle was supposed to receive and resulted in their mom's car being repossessed. Ebony once again made multiple complaints to HR about Malcolm, both anonymously and verbally, but her complaints continued to fall on deaf ears, leaving her vulnerable to further abuse. And to make matters worse, Miss Kelly retaliated against her too, terrorizing Ebony about filing the anonymous complaint and airing their dirty laundry to their parent company. She threatened Ebony that she had committed career suicide and would never get promoted in this organization. But she also spread vicious rumors about her across the campus, labeling her mockingly as the girl who cried racism. And because she was the chancellor, and the chancellor is the highest position at this campus, and her words carried a huge amount of weight, she transformed Ebony from the racial discrimination victim that she was into a social outcast, and no one wanted to talk to Ebony, let alone be seen with her. And at this point, she was just too afraid to file another discrimination complaint. Now, I like to think at this point that God intervened, because despite Malcolm's best attempts to derail Ebony's career, she was successful. And during her third year of employment, she was unexpectedly promoted to Director of Student Finance and transferred away from Malcolm to the Temple campus, where she was the only Black person in a management position. And as you can imagine, Ebony was thrilled. She had a new boss, Dr. Romano, who was the chancellor at the Temple campus. She had a department and staff of her own to manage, which was very exciting. And she was given a whopping salary of $55,000 a year, which again was the most she'd ever made. But best of all, she had escaped from Malcolm's carnival of horrors. Now, because Ebony didn't have any management experience in student finance or otherwise, Malcolm, her racist tormentor back at the Austin campus, was sent to the Temple campus to train her. And after everything he had attempted to do previously to derail her career, I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that he continued his efforts as he trained her, withholding information that was critical to her position and withholding resources and tools that were vital to her success as a director. In a nutshell, he intentionally trained her incorrectly on functions that he himself had been performing correctly for years. It caused Ebony an enormous amount of stress, humiliation, and embarrassment, and really put her job at risk before it even really got going. Now, as I stressed to you before, though, one thing about Ebony, she was very smart. And she knew that if she was going to have a chance of being successful in this new career, she needed to figure out how to manage the student finance department herself. So over the next 2 months, she worked 14-hour days, 7 days a week, reading every technical manual published by the US Department of Education, taking every online training course offered by student finance associations, developing important contacts in the industry outside of her campus bubble, and developing information and knowledge that she got from people who were experts in the student finance management field. By the time she was finished, she had gained so much knowledge on student finance operations that she not only learned the correct way to manage her department, but she also acquired valuable knowledge that she was able to use to develop new processes, retrain her staff, and successfully resolve every issue that had plagued her department for years, much to Dr. Romano's delight, as well as the parents' company delight, who was now taking notice of Ebony. Ebony became so good at her job that she received awards from her parent company for outstanding financial performance, for going above and beyond the call of duty. And because of the stellar processes that she put into place, she was actually given the honor of training over 60 campuses owned by Daybron's parent company on the processes she developed. At this point in her career, things were going better than ever for her, and her career was finally back on track. But as always happens, life happens, and before she knew it, things had changed because Ebony's boss, Dr. Romano, the boss she started out with at the Temple campus, she was unexpectedly terminated. And once again, Ebony found herself reporting to a new chancellor by the name of Dr. Taylor. So it was obvious to Ebony as soon as she started reporting to Dr. Taylor that Dr. Taylor really didn't like her because she avoided her like she had the plague. She wanted nothing to do with Ebony, so much so that in an effort to limit her contact with her, she changed Ebony's reporting structure so that Ebony no longer reported to her as the chancellor, who was in the highest position at the campus, but now instead reported to Logan McDougall, who was the vice president of finance. But as the weeks went by, Dr. Taylor still found it increasingly difficult to limit interactions with Ebony, even after changing her reporting structure, because she was the only one on campus who had a working knowledge of student finance operations. But one day, as they were walking down the hallway together, Dr. Taylor said something that rubbed Ebony the wrong way. "I've never seen hair like yours," she said casually. "Reminds me of earthworms." When Ebony heard her offhanded comment, it didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that she was taking a subtle jab at her braids. But the offhanded comments didn't stop there. A week later, she made another comment to Ebony that made her cringe during her first campus management meeting with Dr. Taylor at the helm. "Ebony," Dr. Taylor said, "you are so articulate. If you weren't sitting right here in front of me, I wouldn't know you were Black." At this point, alarms were going off in Ebony's head. She really wanted to give Dr. Taylor the benefit of the doubt and not automatically assume that she was yet another racist. But after everything she had endured at the Austin campus with Miss Kelly and Malcolm, she wasn't taking any chances this time. And since HR so easily turned a blind eye to her anonymous and verbal discrimination complaints, she decided to create weapons consisting of written documentation and tangible evidence that she could use to protect herself and her career if it turned out that her suspicions about Dr. Taylor were correct. So initially, the thought of secretly recording all future conversations that Dr. Taylor would undoubtedly have with her using her smartphone crossed her mind, especially since she knew that Texas, the state that she lived in, was a one-party consent state, and federal law allowed the secret recording of conversations that she was a party to. But she was worried about getting caught And she also knew that that method wouldn't be 100% foolproof, because there would be times where Dr. Taylor just showed up in her office and wanted to talk. So instead, she decided to create a document that she could use to keep track of all conversations with Dr. Taylor. She named it Daily Log. She inserted a 3-column table with the date, time, and description header. And then, using her memory, as well as emails she had received and sent, she documented everything of importance in her daily log, starting way back at the beginning with all of her problems at the Austin campus, and moving forward to present day, ending with the offhanded comments from Dr. Taylor. Once everything that had occurred in the past was entered, her daily log became a living document that she would update daily as new events occurred. Next, Ebony adopted the motto, the E in email stands for evidence. And not only did she save copies of all emails and documents related to her employment using a free online cloud storage site she found on the internet, but she also saved copies of all emails she had received from all sources regarding her outstanding performance and the award she had won, as proof that she was performing her job at a very high level before Dr. Taylor came into the picture and she began reporting to her. This was important because when Malcolm retaliated against her for filing the anonymous discrimination complaint, he changed her work she had completed, remember that? And riddled it with errors to make it appear that she was an incompetent employee, so he could justify writing her up and firing her. By saving the emails pertaining to her outstanding performance and the award she had won along the way, she had tangible proof that she was not only an outstanding employee, but was also an employee who was recognized for going above and beyond the call of duty. But she further weaponized email by ensuring that every time someone gave her a verbal compliment, and you know, they liked to do that a lot, just give you a verbal compliment where there's no proof if things go south. So whenever someone gave her a verbal compliment and said she did something great, regardless of who they were, it didn't matter, as long as they worked at that campus or they were at the parent company, didn't matter who they were. She ran back to her desk and immediately sent them a thank you email, thanking them for the compliment that they just gave her, recognizing her for whatever it was that they complimented her on. That was super important because if they tried to deny that she was performing at a stellar level, she had this email. And if they wanted to challenge her and say, you know, I never told you that, I never verbally complimented you, then the onus was on them to respond to her thank you email and say that. And people never did. Finally, she saved copies of her employment agreement, the employee handbook, a copy of Dave Run's anti-discrimination policy, as well as a copy of her last paycheck stub. Because if things got bad and she needed to retain an attorney, she knew these things might come in handy, especially if the company decided to restrict her access, you know, cut it off, and she would already have these things in her arsenal. So with all of the weapons that she created in her arsenal, she felt a little better about her ability to fight back and survive the battle. Things were really great for a while, and Ebony thought that she had misjudged Dr. Taylor. But it was during Ebony's 4th and 5th years of employment, after her mother was diagnosed with what started out as stage 4 colon cancer, but it then became terminal cancer, that she realized her suspicions about Dr. Taylor were true. You see, Dr. Taylor used her mom's cancer diagnosis, as vicious as that was, as the spark to target Ebony at her most vulnerable moment and set her plan in motion to destroy Ebony's reputation, derail her career, take away her livelihood when she needed it the most, and replace Ebony with her white subordinate, not because he was more qualified, but just because he was white. Dr. Taylor denied Ebony the authority of her position, prevented her from performing her duties that were associated with her job, assigned the duties that Ebony was performing to her white subordinate to carry out, and actively blocked promotion opportunities she had, as well as opportunities for growth. She conspired with other white leaders at the campus, including Ebony's own employee, to create a ruse and have Ebony falsely investigated for harassment. Dr. Taylor fostered a work environment that was so hostile that after only 6 months had passed, Ebony was completely stripped of all her dignity, of all her confidence, and of all her strength as she was on the verge of being fired. And these experiences took a toll on her health as she suffered emotional, physical, and mental racial trauma and considered both homicide and suicide. But again, even with all of that happening, Ebony was very smart. And as these horrific events were happening, she was meticulously documenting every single one in her daily log, as exhausted and as tired and as worn out as she was, as well as sending and saving emails that corroborated what was happening as tangible evidence along the way. Now, things came to a head with Ebony when she received a call from a coworker who was also her friend while she was away from the campus attending chemotherapy with her mother. The coworker informed her that HR was there at the campus and interviewing everyone, including Ebony's staff. And the buzz around the campus was that when Ebony returned to work the next day, she was going to be fired. And HR was going to make sure that they caught her when she originally arrived, because HR had traveled to that campus and had gotten a hotel overnight to get there first thing in the morning. Now, she's getting this information while her mom is in chemotherapy, fighting for her life, trying to survive what became terminal cancer. And the combined stress was too much for Ebony to handle. And so she suffered a mental breakdown and rushed to the doctor, who immediately put her on FMLA, which lasted for several weeks. During that time, she was approved for short-term disability, but more importantly, her job was safe because they couldn't fire her while she was on an approved medical leave. But I can't tell you how many people that I talked to as I was writing this book about their own horrific situations. How many people told me that when they had a mental breakdown too, because conditions were so severe, and they went on medical leave, when they came back, the racism picked right back up where it left off, and they were eventually wrongfully terminated. Ebony also had that fear, but she was also smart enough to know that they were still going to try to fire her when she returned because they wanted her out of there. So while she was on medical leave, she did something bold that I can't think of a single person who's done something quite this bold. She put a wall of protection between her and Dr. Taylor so that when she returned from her medical leave, they couldn't immediately fire her. So While she was on medical leave, she gathered all the email documentation that she had been collecting. She gathered her daily log, which had been meticulously kept up with all the details, dates, times, what happened, who was there. It was very, very detailed. And she took all of this evidence, put it in chronological order by date, renamed each piece of evidence attachment 1, attachment 2, attachment 3, and so on. And then using the information that she had kept in her daily log to jog her memory about everything that had happened to her over the last 5 years of her employment, both at the Austin campus and at the Temple campus, she drafted an ironclad discrimination complaint containing solid proof of racial discrimination. And because she had so much evidence, it actually took her about 7 hours to complete. And since she trusted absolutely no one in the day-run organization at the campus or otherwise, because she had suspicions that the reason her discrimination complaints kept falling on HR's deaf ears is because HR was in cahoots with the racists. After all, the racists are paying their salary. And so she didn't trust HR. She didn't trust the chancellor. She didn't trust anyone. She really didn't trust anybody at the parent company either. So she decided to send her discrimination complaint directly to the CEO of Dave Run's parent company. So she jumped over absolutely everybody's head, sent her mountain of evidence and this ironclad, just beautifully written discrimination complaint to the parent company CEO. But because she didn't really trust that person either, she also did some more research, found the names of several board of director members, and copied them on the email that she sent to the CEO. Then, as one more hedge of protection around her, because she was absolutely determined that they were not going to fire her when she returned back to work the next day, she filed a formal racial discrimination complaint with the state of Texas Workforce Commission Civil Rights Division. And then she retained an attorney. Now, as Ebony reflected back on the whirlwind of events that occurred with Dr. Taylor, she was amazed at how God used her friend at the Temple campus to give her heads up that she was going to be fired, that caused her mental breakdown at the chemotherapy clinic and resulted in her medical leave of absence, that stopped her from returning to work the next day and prevented her from being fired, and gave her the quiet time she needed to submit her formal written discrimination complaints to both the CEO of Dave Run's parent company and the Texas Workforce Commission Civil Rights Division, which brought the government into the loop and finally gave Ebony the upper hand in her fight against racism in her workplace. Now, as the title of my book indicates, Ebony was able to successfully prove systemic racism in her workplace and keep her job. But there is so much more to the story that I just can't condense into a 30-minute slot. She received hush money to buy her silence in the form of a 6-figure settlement, among a lot of other things, including another promotion. Now, some people may be wondering why Ebony chose to write this book the way she did and not simply as a memoir to share her story. And, the answer is pretty simple. In most situations, when a company or someone pays you hush money to buy your silence, it's really because they know they have something to hide. And they're not going to turn over a 6-figure settlement to you without getting some kind of guarantee that you're not going to still go out and tell the world what happened to you. So along with that hush money, they made her sign a non-disclosure or confidentiality agreement, forbidding her to discuss what happened and putting her in a position where she could not write a memoir to tell her story. But as I keep telling you, Ebony was very smart, and she still found a way to tell her story and get her point across. Now, I began telling you when we started our talk that I wrote this book and started selling it from the trunk of my car 4 months ago, because I really wanted to give hope to so many of us in our community who feel hopeless. And I'm so excited to tell you that today, Hush Money has over 100 reviews on Amazon with a 5-star rating. It's #1 in Best African American Women's Fiction on Goodreads Listopia. It's #8 in Best African American Christian Fiction on findthisbest.com. And it was #33 on Amazon's bestsellers list for Black and African American Christian fiction last month. Hush Money is only $6. It's about what you pay for a cup of coffee. If you are someone who is currently dealing with racial discrimination and you need a survival guide to help you fight back, if you are an employer who wants to be able to identify those covert aspects of racism that I talked about in your organizations, or if you are someone who's never experienced racism, but you want to be an ally and you want to step into the shoes of Ebony to feel what racism and modern day racism looks like and feels like in a real and modern way, spend the $6 on Amazon, order my book, read the reviews. I promise you it will be the best $6 you ever spend. And I thank you for listening to me today.
Wow, that story is very sad. I'm sad and troubled sitting here as I listen to it. I see someone, there are a couple of people that have made comments about parallels to their own lives. But thank you for writing this book. I'm gonna get my copy. I'm gonna order my copy today. You know, we often think of, or at least I used to think, that the university would be a great place to have a job, great place to work. And I got a job there, and I guess I felt that way because of my experiences as a student. You know, it was a place where I was able to learn and grow. And by working there, I could be someone that helped to help other young people do that. I had 10, maybe 11 years at a university. It was good, but it also was not. My experience was not the same as yours. But I will just say I found out, or I learned through experience, that working at a university is not always what it appears on the surface.
Yes, that is so true. And, you know, I'll tell you that, you know, both my girls, they also had careers in higher education. But it's not just higher education. It's everywhere. After my girls had problems with racism in higher education, they both branched out. One of them went into municipal government. The other one went into property management, into medical billing and coding, into customer service, just trying to find a place where you can thrive and be recognized for the contributions that you make to the organization. And I can't tell you how many times you are knocked off of that ladder of success for no other reason than because you are Black.
Mm-hmm. And the comments are still coming in from the audience. So when you get a chance, please do look at the comments. Yes.
I will.
They are talking about the bravery about writing such a story. And so I don't have any questions. Are there any questions for Ms. Abram?
I'm reading some of the comments.
Oh.
And I feel the love. I feel the love. Thank you.
Is this your daughter, Deborah McDaniel?
Yes, yes.
Said, great job, Mom. So proud of you for sharing this story.
Thank you.
So I don't know if there are any other questions. Oh, Delilah said,
that's my other daughter.
Here as well. So thank you, daughters, for being here to support your mom. Yes, thank you for showing the book again.
Yes.
I have a daughter and I love when she supports me when I'm doing things as well. And I don't see any questions. It's all comments.
Okay.
Thanking you for writing this book. Thank you for sharing the story. They want the link to purchase.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone who wants to purchase the book. Like I said, I started selling it from the trunk of my car. I am still healing myself. But I'm doing what I can as I heal.
Okay. Your daughter shared the link. So for anyone that's interested in purchasing this book, the link is in the chat.
Thank you.
And so, your presentation was just wonderful. It is the perfect culmination to the end of this day. It absolutely is. And I'm thankful to be a part of this. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our leader, Ivanka Hall, and let her make the final comments.
I want to thank everybody. I want to thank my staff, my team, for making sure that everything was flowing. I've been in other meetings all day. And so I want to thank them for doing an excellent job today with facilitating this process. I want to thank all of our sponsors for supporting the work of the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition. If you are not a member of the coalition, you need to be a member of the coalition. The anti-racism training is scheduled for September the 13th. The training, we rescheduled the date because we needed at least 100 people that were positively already registered for the training. And so you need to encourage other people to register for that training for September the 13th. That'll be the first day. And the second day of the training is on October the 20th. This conference today is all about the Colorline, was basically to address the impact of the racial color line on the achievement of freedom and citizenship by African Americans in Northeast Ohio and in the United States. So for us, this was something that was so important to us. It was important enough for us to offer that clarion call. We received many calls about addressing racism and the impact on the African American community. And so when I reached out to people from all over the country and asked them to present to us, they were more than willing. I've never met Jackie before. She is out of Colorado. And I met her on one of the pages around anti-racism. And so I was so moved by her story that I wanted her to be here to present to you all. So I hope that you have had a field day, a full day with all of the speakers and all of the information. And I hope that it's, you know, all looking for this space of how you can do this work. But what I will tell you is that you can help us to do the work. Join the coalition, join the policy team, participate in the Fighting for Our Lives menthol-free communities. We also have a healthy food initiative that we're working to address. We have the anti-racism component. So we are an organization that is definitely entrenched and ingrained in the work of the community. We are still doing the work around lead and lead poisoning. That will not go away. And then all of the other causes that we think that are so vitally important to the African American community. It is important for us to talk about racism because racism permeates in every system that we have here in the United States. And because of that, every time we as African Americans mention the word racism, it becomes this whole big debate. And so what we wanted to make sure is that we brought it to you in a way where you understood why it is important for us to be able to do this work, to talk about racism, for our allies to understand what racism means, what it has meant to our community, and what it has done to our community. We cannot talk about health disparities without talking about racism. We cannot talk about equity without talking about racism. I want to thank you for participating with us today. We hope that you'll have your young people on tomorrow, or that you'll also come out and support. Well, Don wanted to make sure that I mentioned our COVID support group. As you know, I am a long hauler, so I do have brain fog sometimes. This is my day 182. And so we have a support group for people who have had COVID, who are long haulers, and who have had loss. That support group and all of our other programs are free. And this is a way for you to come and talk to other people who have experienced the things that you are experiencing in a way that is culturally proficient. For us, that proficiency around competencies is so important. So we want to thank you all for coming out today. Tomorrow at 9, we start again with It's All About Youth. We'll be talking about various issues that impact youth in our community, including foster care, alcohol and drugs, human trafficking, and so much more. So please encourage your young people to participate tomorrow. The young people will be leading those conversations. Our interns, our high school students, our college students. If you have students that you want to be interns with the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, this is a great opportunity for them and a great opportunity for them to learn about the great work we're doing. So I want to thank you all for participating with us today, and you all have a great day. See you tomorrow morning, same time, same bat station. Talk to you later. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.